Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In those peaceful years before the shadow stretched long across the lands of Middle-earth, when the Shire yet drowsed in its ancient contentment like a well-fed cat by a warm hearth, there stood upon the Bywater Road a humble establishment, known to all hobbits of good standing as the Ivy Bush. It was not the grandest inn in all the Shire, for the honour belonged to the Green Dragon down in Bywater proper, nor was it the most frequented, for the Golden Perch in stock drew travellers from as far as Buckland with promises of the finest ale in the East Farthing. No, the Ivy Bush was something else entirely. It was a place of stories, a gathering spot for those hobbits who remembered the older ways and the older tales, where the fire burned low and warm and the shadows danced upon the walls, like living things eager to hear what words might be spoken. The inn itself was a comfortable affair, built into the side of a gentle hill just where Hobbiton began to give way to the countryside beyond. Ivy grew thick upon its round green door and climbed the whitewashed walls in verdant cascades that rustled softly in the evening breeze. The windows glowed amber with lamplight, spilling warmth into the gathering dusk, and from within came the murmur of voices and the occasional burst of hearty laughter that spoke of good company and better ale. Ivy grew thick upon its round green door and climbed the whitewashed walls in verdant cascades that rustled softly in the evening breeze. The windows glowed amber with lamplight, spilling warmth into the gathering dusk, and from within came the murmur of voices and the occasional burst of hearty laughter that spoke of good company and better ale. The innkeeper, Wantogo Goodbody, was a stout hobbit of middle years with a beard the colour of autumn wheat and eyes that crinkled at the corners from a lifetime of smiling. His family had kept the Ivy Bush for 7 generations, and it was said that a Goodbody had poured ale in that very spot since the days when the Shire was young and the old king's ivy grew thick upon its round green door and climbed the whitewashed walls in verdant cascades that rustled softly in the evening breeze. The windows glowed amber with lamplight, spilling warmth into the gathering dusk, and from within came the murmur of voices and the occasional burst of hearty laughter that spoke of good company and better ale. The innkeeper, Wantogo Goodbody, was a stout hobbit of middle years with a beard the colour of autumn wheat and eyes that crinkled at the corners from a lifetime of smiling. His family had kept the Ivy Bush for 7 generations, and it was said that a Goodbody had poured ale in that very spot since the days when the Shire was young and the old kings still ruled in the north. On this particular evening, as the harvest moon rose fat and golden over the hills, and the first chill of autumn crept into the air, a most unusual gathering had assembled within those familiar walls. Word had spread through the village, as word always does in places where hobbits dwell, that old Rory Brandybuck had come down. Ivy grew thick upon its round green door and climbed the whitewashed walls in verdant cascades that rustled softly in the evening breeze. The windows glowed amber with lamplight, spilling warmth into the gathering dusk, and from within came the murmur of voices and the occasional burst of hearty laughter that spoke of good company and better ale. The innkeeper, Wantogo Goodbody, was a stout hobbit of middle years with a beard the colour of autumn wheat and eyes that crinkled at the corners from a lifetime of smiling. His family had kept the Ivy Bush for 7 generations, and it was said that a Goodbody had poured ale in that very spot since the days when the Shire was young and the old kings still ruled in the north. On this particular evening, as the harvest moon rose fat and golden over the hills, and the first chill of autumn crept into the air, a most unusual gathering had assembled within those familiar walls. Word had spread through the village, as word always does in places where hobbits dwell, that old Rory Brandybuck had come down well told. At last, when the moon had climbed higher still and the night had settled fully upon the land, old Rory Brandybuck made his entrance. He was a hobbit of advanced years, his hair gone silver as moonlight on water, his face lined with the map of a life fully lived. He walked with a slight limp, the result of an adventure he never spoke of save in the vaguest terms, and he carried in his hand a pipe of curious make, its bowl carved in the shape of a leaping fish. He wore a waistcoat of deep burgundy velvet, finely made and clearly from beyond the borders of the Shire, and upon his finger gleamed a ring of simple silver that caught the firelight in ways that seemed almost deliberate. The murmuring of the crowd fell away as Rory settled himself into the storyteller's chair, accepting a mug of ale from Togo Goodbody with a grateful nod. He took a long draught, wiped the foam from his whiskers, and let his gaze travel slowly across the assembled faces. Sam felt a shiver run down his spine as those ancient eyes passed over him, keen and knowing, as though the old hobbit could see straight through to the very core of his being. "Well now," Rory began, his voice deep and rich as aged brandy, "I see we have quite the gathering this evening. Young faces and old, and all of them hungry for a tale." Sam felt a shiver run down his spine as those ancient eyes passed over him, keen and knowing, as though the old hobbit could see straight through to the very core of his being. "Well now," Rory began, his voice deep and rich as aged brandy, "I see we have quite the gathering this evening. Young faces and old, and all of them hungry for a tale." He chuckled softly, a sound like wind rustling through autumn leaves. "It puts me in mind of another gathering, many years ago now, in this very room. Ah, but that was a night to remember, that was. A night when the boundaries between the Shire and the wider world grew thin as morning mist, and we simple hobbits found ourselves touched by magic older than the hills themselves." He paused to light his pipe, and the room held its breath, waiting. The fire crackled and popped, sending a shower of sparks dancing upward like tiny orange stars. Outside, the wind had picked up, and the ivy rustled against the windows with a sound like whispered secrets. It was in the time of old Gerontius Tuc, the tales that were told in those days. For you must understand, the art of storytelling was held in higher esteem then than it is now. Every village had its tale-teller, and folk would travel from far and wide to hear a particularly skilled speaker work their craft. On this night I speak of, a great storm had rolled in from the east, the kind of storm that makes even the bravest hobbit grateful for a sturdy roof and a warm fire. The rain lashed against the windows, and the thunder rolled across the sky like the footsteps of giants. Many hobbits had sought shelter at the ivy bush, and the common room was crowded with damp and shivering folk who were grateful for Togo's grandfather's hospitality. Among them, unnoticed at first, sat a stranger. Rory's voice dropped lower, and the hobbits leaned forward as one, drawn by the power of his words. Sam found himself gripping the edge of his seat, his ale forgotten in his hand. Now, strangers were uncommon in the Shire in those days, even more so than they are now. Hospitality. Among them, unnoticed at first, sat a stranger. Rory's voice dropped lower, and the hobbits leaned forward as one, drawn by the power of his words. Sam found himself gripping the edge of his seat, his ale forgotten in his hand. Now, strangers were uncommon in the Shire in those days, even more so than they are now. Most folk who had business in our land were known to us, traders from Bree or the occasional dwarf merchant passing through on the East Road. But this stranger was different. He sat in the corner by the window, wrapped in a grey cloak that seemed to drink in the firelight rather than reflect it, and his face was hidden in the shadow of a broad-brimmed hospitality. Among them, unnoticed at first, sat a stranger. Rory's voice dropped lower, and the hobbits leaned forward as one, drawn by the power of his words. Sam found himself gripping the edge of his seat, his ale forgotten in his hand. Now, strangers were uncommon in the Shire in those days, even more so than they are now. Most folk who had business in our land were known to us, traders from Bree or the occasional dwarf merchant passing through on the East Road. But this stranger was different. He sat in the corner by the window, wrapped in a grey cloak that seemed to drink in the firelight rather than reflect it, and his face was hidden in the shadow of a broad-brimmed hat. He smoked a long pipe, and the smoke that rose from it formed curious shapes in the air, shapes that seemed almost deliberate, like letters in a language none of us could read. The room had grown very quiet now, save for the crackling of the fire and the distant rumble of thunder. Every eye was fixed upon old Rory Brandybuck, to speak. And what he told us that night, what he told us changed everything I thought I knew about Middle-earth and our place within it. The stranger's voice, Rory continued, was unlike any I had heard before or have heard since. It was deep and melodious, carrying within it the echo of distant places and times beyond reckoning. When he spoke, it seemed as though the very air grew still to listen, and the storm outside, which had been raging with such fury, seemed to quiet itself as though it too wished to hear what words might fall from those ancient lips. My Uncle Gorbadoc sat transfixed, his pipe gone cold in his hand, and I crept closer, drawn by a force I could not name, until I stood just behind my uncle's shoulder, close enough to see the stranger's face beneath the shadow of his hat. Old Rory paused to take a long pull from his mug, and the hobbits in the common room shifted restlessly, eager for him to continue. Young Sam Gamgee found that he had been holding his breath, and he let it out slowly, feeling his heart beating fast within his chest. There was something in the old hobbit's words, some quality of truth and wonder, that made the familiar walls of the ivy bush seem suddenly less solid, as though they might at any moment dissolve away to reveal vistas of unimaginable strangeness. "What I saw in that stranger's face," Rory said softly, "I shall never forget. He was neither young nor old, or perhaps he was both at once. His features were fair and noble, yet marked with a weariness that spoke of sorrows beyond counting. His eyes were grey as the sea under a clouded sky, and within them burned a light that was not of this world. I knew then, though I was but a young lad with no knowledge of the wider world, that this was no ordinary traveller. This was one of the firstborn, the elder children of Iluvatar, an elf of the ancient days who had lingered in Middle-earth while his kindred passed over the sea into the uttermost west." A murmur ran through the assembled hobbits at these words. Elves were rare visitors to the Shire, glimpsed occasionally in the woods as twilight or heard singing in the distance on starlit nights, but to sit and share tales with one was a thing almost beyond imagining. Even the most sceptical among the listeners found themselves leaning forward, caught in the spell of Rory's narrative. The elf, for such he was, Rory continued, looked upon my uncle with those ancient eyes and smiled, and in that smile was a sadness deeper than the roots of mountains. "You hobbits," he said, "you're a curious folk. You dwell in peace and plenty, content with the simple joys of hearth and home, and you know little of the great sorrows and greater glories that have shaped the world beyond your borders. Yet there is a strength in you, a resilience of spirit, that the wise among my people have long remarked upon. It is fitting, perhaps, that on this night of storm and shadow I should share with you a tale that has never before been spoken in the tongue of mortals." The elf's voice changed then, taking on a quality that was almost musical, and as he spoke I could have sworn that I saw shapes forming in the smoke from his pipe, shapes that moved and danced like living things. He told us of a time long ago, before the sun and moon were set in the sky, when the world was lit only by the stars and the two trees of Valinor, whose light was more beautiful than anything that has existed since. He told us of the elves awakening by the waters of Quivinen, opening their eyes to behold for the first time the glory of the stars, and of the long journey they made westward at the summons of the Valar. And then, his voice growing softer still, he told us of the tale I am about to share with you tonight. Rory set down his mug and leaned back in his chair, his eyes growing distant as though he looked upon scenes far removed from the cosy confines of the ivy bush. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows across the room, and someone moved quietly to add another log, sending a fresh shower of sparks spiralling upward into the darkness. "In those ancient days," Rory began, speaking now in a cadence that was not quite his own, as though the words of the elf had taken root in his memory and now bloomed forth unchanged across the long years, "there lived in the forest of the east a young elf named Celebrindal, which means Silverfoot in the tongue of his people. He was fair of face and swift of limb, and his laughter rang through the trees like the chiming of silver bells. He was of the Nandor, those elves who had turned aside from the great journey and chosen to remain in the woods and glades of Middle-earth rather than cross the sea to the Blessed Realm. They were a simple folk, content with the beauty of the natural world, and they knew nothing of the great powers that dwelt in the west, or the shadow that was even then beginning to stir in the dark places of the world. Celebrindal lived with his people beside a great river that wound through the forest like a silver ribbon, and his days were filled with joy. The natural world, and they knew nothing of the great powers that dwelt in the west, or the shadow that was even then beginning to stir in the dark places of the world. Celebrindle lived with his people beside a great river that wound through the forest like a silver ribbon, and his days were filled with joy. He would run beneath the trees, racing the deer and the swift foxes, and at night he would lie upon the banks of the river and watch the stars wheeling overhead, singing songs of beauty and wonder that he composed in his heart. He was beloved by all who knew him, for his spirit was as bright as the morning star, and his kindness knew no bounds. If a bird fell from its nest, Celebrindle would climb the highest tree to return it. If a flower wilted for want of water, Celebrindle would carry it to the river's edge and tend it until it bloomed again. He was, in short, the gentlest soul in all that gentle land. But Celebrindle had a secret, a longing that he shared with no one, not even his closest companions. In his heart burned a desire to see what lay beyond the borders of the forest, to walk in lands unknown and discover wonders that no elf of his people had ever beheld. He would often stand at the forest's edge, gazing westward toward the distant mountains that rose blue and mysterious against the horizon. The years passed, his longing only grew stronger. It was in the season when the leaves turned gold and the first chill of winter crept into the air that Celebrindle's fate was sealed. He had wandered further from his home than ever before, following the river upstream toward its source in the mountains, when he came upon a sight that took his breath away. There, in a clearing bathed in starlight, stood a maiden of such surpassing beauty that Celebrindle felt his heart stop within his chest. Her hair was dark as the night sky between the stars, and her eyes held the silver light of the moon upon still water. She wore a gown of deep green that seemed to shimmer with its own inner radiance. It was a crown of small white flowers that glowed like captured starlight. She stood perfectly still, gazing up at the heavens, and upon her face was an expression of such profound longing that Celebrindle felt tears spring unbidden to his eyes. For a long moment he stood frozen, afraid to move lest he startle this vision and cause it to vanish like morning mist before the sun. But at last the maiden turned, and her eyes met his, and in that instant something passed between them that neither could have named, but both understood. It was a recognition, a sense that they had known each other since before time began, though they had never before met in all the long years of their lives. Celebrindle stepped forward, his heart pounding, and the maiden smiled, and in her smile was both joy and sorrow intermingled. "I have been waiting for you," she said, and her voice was like music, like the wind sighing through the branches of ancient trees. "I've been waiting since the stars were kindled in the sky. But now that you have come, I do not know whether to rejoice or weep, for the path that lies before us is long and dark, and I cannot see its ending." Celebrindle asked her name, and she told him that she was called Nimrodel, though that was not the name she'd been given at her birth. She was of a kindred different from his own, she said, elves who had dwelt for a time in the Blessed Realm and had seen the light of the two trees before the darkness fell. She'd come back to Middle-earth for reasons she would not speak of, and now she wandered the wild lands alone, seeking something she could not name. The hobbits in the ivy bush sat in rapt silence as old Rory Brandybuck continued of his tale, his voice weaving through the smoke-laden air like a thread of silver through dark cloth. Young Sam Gamgee had long since forgotten his ale, which sat cooling in his hands, and his eyes were wide as saucers as he listened to the ancient story unfold. Around him, the other hobbits were equally entranced, their usual chatter stilled, their pipes gone cold, their very breathing seeming to slow so as not to disturb the fragile spell that Rory's words had cast upon them all. Celebrindle and Nimrodel, Rory continued, sat together in that starlit clearing until the first pale light of dawn began to touch the eastern sky. They spoke of many things, of the beauty they had seen, and their pipes gone cold, their very breathing seeming to slow so as not to disturb the fragile spell that Rory's words had cast upon them all. Celebrindle and Nimrodel, Rory continued, sat together in that starlit clearing until the first pale light of dawn began to touch the eastern sky. They spoke of many things, of the beauty they had seen and the sorrows they had known, of the longing that burned in both their hearts for something they could not name. And as they spoke, a bond formed between them that was stronger than mithril and more enduring than the roots of the mountains. By the time the sun rose above the trees, casting long golden rays across the forest floor, they had pledged themselves to one another, vowing that neither darkness nor distance nor the passage of years would ever part them. But such vows, spoken in the innocence of new love, are easier to make than to keep. For Nimrodel carried with her a burden that she had not yet revealed to Celebrindle, a secret that would soon cast a shadow over their Rivendell. It was 3 days after their first meeting that the hunters came. Celebrindle and Nimrodel had wandered deep into the forest, seeking a place where they might dwell together in peace, when the shadows beneath the trees began to move with a purpose that was not natural. Dark shapes slipped between the trunks, their eyes gleaming with a cold and hungry light, and upon the air came a smell of decay and corruption that made the very leaves curl and wither. Nimrodel's face went pale as moonlight on snow, and she gripped Celebrindle's hand with a strength born of terror. "They have found me," she whispered. "The servants of the shadow. We must flee, beloved, or all is lost." But Celebrindle, for all his gentle nature, was not without courage. He stood his ground as the dark shapes drew closer, placing himself between Nimrodel and the approaching threat. He had no weapon save a small knife he used for cutting fruit and carving wood, but he held it before him with a steady hand, his eyes blazing with defiance. He would not run. He would not abandon the one he loved to face this evil alone. The creatures that emerged from the shadows were horrible to behold. They had once been elves, or so it seemed, but they had been twisted and corrupted by the malice of the enemy until nothing remained of their former beauty save a distant echo, like a fair song rendered discordant and harsh. Their skin was grey and mottled, their eyes burning with a hateful fire, and their voices, when they spoke, were like the scraping of rusted metal upon stone. They called themselves the Mori Maitari, which means the dark hands in the tongue of the elves, and they served the shadow with a devotion born of despair. Rory paused to wet his throat with a sip of ale, and in the silence that followed, young Pippin Took could be heard whimpering softly, his face hidden against his older cousin's shoulder. The fire had burned lower still, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed deeper and more menacing than before. Outside, the wind had risen again, and the ivy scratched against the windows with a sound like fingernails upon glass. The leader of the Morimaitari stepped forward, Rory continued, and his voice was like the hissing of a serpent. He demanded that Nimrodel surrender herself, promising that if she came willingly, no harm would come to her companion. But Nimrodel knew the value of such promises made by servants of the shadow, and she refused. She stood beside Celebrindle, her hand in his, and together they faced the darkness without flinching. What followed was a battle that the forest itself would remember for ages to come. Celebrindle fought with a fury that surprised even himself, his small knife flashing in the starlight as he struck at the creatures that sought to tear Nimrodel from his side. He was wounded many times, dark blood staining his silver hair and flowing from cuts upon his arms and chest, but he would not fall, and Nimrodel, calling upon powers that Celebrindal had not known she possessed, his small knife flashing in the starlight as he struck at the creatures that sought to tear Nimrodel from his side. He was wounded many times, dark blood staining his silver hair and flowing from cuts upon his arms and chest, but he would not fall, and Nimrodel, calling upon powers that Celebrindal had not known she possessed, sang words of power in a tongue older than the world, and her voice was like a blade of light cutting through the darkness. The battle raged through the night, and when at last the dawn came, the Morimatari had been driven back, their numbers diminished by the courage and desperation of the two lovers. But victory had come at a terrible cost. Celebrindle lay upon the forest floor, his life ebbing away with each laboured breath, his wounds too grievous to be healed by any art that Nimrodel possessed. She knelt beside him, cradling his head in her lap, her tears falling like silver rain upon his pale face. "Do not weep, beloved," Celebrindle whispered, his voice barely audible above the rustling of the leaves. "We knew that the path before us would be dark, but I do not regret a single step, for every step brought me closer to you." Nimrodel wept all the more at these words, for she knew that it was her presence that had brought this doom upon him, that Celebrindal might yet be saved, a path that led through darkness and peril to a place where even the most grievous wounds might be healed. But the price of walking that path would be high, higher perhaps than either of them could bear. It would require them to journey to the very heart of Shadow, to face the enemy in his own realm, and to wrest from his grasp a treasure that he guarded more jealously than all others. The voice told her of the Silmaril. Now, the Silmarils, Rory said, leaning forward in his chair, his voice dropping to little more than a whisper, were jewels of surpassing beauty and power, crafted in the earliest days of the world by the greatest of all elven smiths. They held within them the light of the two trees of Valinor, a light that had been lost forever when those trees were destroyed. The enemy had stolen them and set them in his iron crown, and many were the heroes who had perished in the attempt to reclaim them. For Nimrodel to seek such a treasure was madness, folly beyond reckoning, and yet for the love of Celebrindle she did not hesitate. She told him of what the voice had revealed, and though he begged her not to go, she would not be swayed. She kissed him one last time, a kiss that held within it all the love and sorrow of her immortal heart, and then she rose and turned her face toward the north, toward the mountains of Shadow, where the enemy dwelt in his fortress of iron and flame. She walked until the forest was far behind her, until the last familiar landmarks had faded into the haze of distance. And still she walked on, her heart fixed upon a single purpose. The journey that Nimrodel undertook was long and filled with perils beyond counting. She crossed plains where no grass grew and rivers that ran black with poison. She climbed mountains whose peaks were shrouded in perpetual darkness and descended into valleys where the very air seemed to whisper of despair. She faced creatures of nightmare and navigated labyrinths of stone that seemed designed to trap the unwary traveller for all eternity. And through it all, she carried in her heart the image of Celebrindle lying wounded in the forest, his life suspended between one breath and the next, waiting for her return. At last, after trials that would fill 100 tales each longer than this one, Nimrodel stood before the gates of the enemy's fortress. They rose before her like cliffs of black iron, cold and terrible, and from within came sounds that no living creature should ever hear. But she did not falter. She had come too far, sacrificed too much, to turn back now. She drew a deep breath, spoke a word of power that she had learned in the Blessed Realm, and stepped forward into the darkness. What Nimrodel found within those gates, Rory continued, his voice taking on a hushed and reverent quality, was a realm of darkness such as no tale can truly describe. The fortress of the enemy was vast beyond imagining, a labyrinth of iron corridors and chambers carved from living rock, filled with the sounds of hammers upon anvils and the cries of tormented souls. The very walls seemed to pulse with malice, as though the stone itself had been corrupted by the evil that dwelt within. The air was thick with smoke and ash, and the only light came from rivers of molten metal that flowed through channels cut into the floor, casting everything in a hellish orange glow. Nimrodel moved through this nightmare realm like a ghost, her elven grace allowing her to slip past guards and sentries who saw only shadows where she walked. She had learned much in her long years of wandering, and the powers she had brought with her from the Blessed Realm served her well in this darkest of places. But even so, her heart quailed within her, and more than once she nearly turned back, convinced that her quest was hopeless, that no power in all of Middle-earth could prevail against the might of the enemy in his own domain. It was in the depths of her despair that she encountered an unexpected ally. In a forgotten corner of the fortress, in a cell that had been sealed and abandoned long ages past, she found a prisoner. He was an elf, or had been once, though his form was wasted and his spirit nearly broken by uncounted years of torment. His name, he told her in a voice like wind through dead leaves, was Maedhros, and he was one of the sons of the great smith who had crafted the Silmarils themselves. He had been captured in a battle long ago and had languished in this cell ever since, forgotten by his captors, sustained only by his undying hatred for the one who had stolen his father's greatest works. In the common room of the ivy bush, a log shifted in the fireplace, sending up a shower of sparks that drew several startled gasps from the assembled hobbits. Old Rory paused in his telling, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched his audience. They were thoroughly caught in the web of his tale now, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear and fascination that spoke to the power of the story he wove. Young Sam Gamgee, Rory noted, was leaning so far forward on his stool that he seemed in danger of toppling onto the floor. There was something in that young hobbit's eyes, a hunger for tales of distant lands and heroic deeds that reminded Rory of himself at that age. He wondered, not for the first time, what strange paths fate might have in store for such a lad. Nimrodel freed Maedhros from his chains, Rory continued, using words of power that she had learned in Valinor, words that could unbind what the enemy himself had bound. The ancient elf wept as the iron fell away from his wrists, wept for the first time in ages beyond counting, and he fell to his knees before Nimrodel in gratitude. But there was no time for such displays. The enemy's servants would soon discover what had transpired, and then all hope would be lost. Together the two elves made their way deeper into the fortress, guided by Maedhros's knowledge of its twisted passages. He'd been a prince once, Maedhros told her, a lord among his people, and he had sworn an oath to recover the Silmarils or die in the attempt. That oath still burned within him, even after all his years of captivity, and it gave him strength now when his body should have failed him. He would see this quest through to the end, he vowed, or perish in the trying. At last, after navigating corridors that seemed to shift and change around them, avoiding patrols of creatures too horrible to describe, they came to the chamber where the enemy sat upon his throne of iron. It was a vast hall, larger than any cavern in all of Middle-earth, and the ceiling was lost in shadow high above. Pillars of black stone rose like the trunks of petrified trees, and upon the walls were carved scenes of conquest and destruction that made the blood run cold. And there, at the far end of the hall, upon a throne that seemed to have been hewn from a single massive block of iron, sat the Dark Lord himself. Rory's voice dropped lower still, and the hobbits unconsciously drew closer together, as though seeking comfort in each other's presence. Even old Daddy Twofoot, who had seen more years than any other hobbit in the room, and who claimed to fear nothing in this world or any other, seemed to shrink into himself at the mention of the enemy. "I will not describe him to you," Rory said, "for some things are better left unspoken. Suffice to say that he was terrible beyond imagining, a being of such malice and power that his very presence was enough to crush the will of lesser creatures. Upon his brow sat an iron crown, and set within that crown were 3 jewels that blazed with a light that was painful to behold, the Silmarils. They burned against the dark metal like captured stars, and their radiance filled the hall with a cold and merciless illumination. Nimrodel and Maedhros hid themselves in the shadow of a pillar, watching and waiting for an opportunity to act. They knew that they could not hope to defeat the enemy in open combat, that their only chance lay in stealth and cunning. And so they waited, while the Dark Lord sat brooding upon his throne, his thoughts fixed upon schemes of conquest and destruction that would have taken ages to unfold. It was Maedhros who conceived the plan that would give them their chance. He remembered from the days before his capture that the enemy was not always vigilant, that there were times when his attention was drawn away from his fortress to survey the lands he sought to conquer. If they could wait until one of these moments, they might be able to approach the throne and take one of the Silmarils before he noticed their presence. The wait was agonizing. Hours passed, or perhaps days, for time moved strangely in that place of shadow. Nimrodel's thoughts turned again and again to Celebrindal, lying wounded in the distant forest, and she prayed that he still lived, that her quest was not already in vain. Maedhros stood beside her, his hand upon her shoulder, lending her what strength he could. They were bound together now, these 2 elves from different kindreds and different ages, united by a common purpose and a shared desperate hope. At last, the moment came. The enemy's eyes, which had been fixed upon some point in the far distance, grew dim, and his massive form grew still as stone. His spirit had gone forth from his body, Maedhros whispered, to survey his domain or to torment some distant victim. This was their chance, perhaps the only chance they would ever have. They moved swiftly, crossing the vast hall in silence, their feet making no sound upon the cold stone floor. The Silmarils blazed brighter as they approached, as though sensing the presence of elves, of the children of light, and Nimrodel felt their radiance upon her face like the warmth of the sun after a long winter. She reached out her hand, her fingers trembling, and touched the nearest jewel. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. The Silmarils, blessed long ago by one of the great powers, would not suffer the touch of mortal flesh corrupted by evil intent. But Nimrodel's heart was pure, her purpose selfless, and though the jewel burned her hand with a fire that would leave scars she would carry for all eternity, she did not let go. She wrenched it from the iron crown, feeling the metal give way beneath her desperate strength, and then she was running with Maedhros beside her, running for the shadows at the edge of the hall as a terrible roar of fury filled the air behind them. The enemy had returned to his body, and his wrath was beyond description. The very walls of the fortress shook with his anger, and creatures of nightmare poured forth from every doorway and passage, summoned by his will to pursue the thieves who had dared to steal from him. But Nimrodel and Maedhros did not look back. They ran through corridors that twisted and turned, through chambers filled with horrors, through gates of iron that tried to close upon them but could not withstand the light of the Silmaril that Nimrodel clutched in her burned and bleeding hand. They burst forth from the fortress into the cold night air, and still they ran until the mountains of shadow were far behind them and the stars once more shone clear above their heads. Only then did they stop, gasping for breath, and look back upon the path they had travelled. Behind them, the sky above the enemy's fortress glowed red with his fury, and upon the wind came sounds of pursuit that chilled the blood. But they had done it. They had stolen a Silmaril from the very crown of the Dark Lord, and now nothing would stop Nimrodel from returning to Celebrindle and saving the one she loved. The journey back was longer than the journey there, Rory continued, for Nimrodel was wounded in body and spirit, and the light of the Silmaril, though it gave her hope, also drew to her every servant of shadow that still roamed the wild lands. Maedhros stayed by her side for a time, guarding her as she rested, fighting off the creatures that sought to reclaim the stolen treasure. But at last they came to a crossroads, and there they parted ways. Maedhros had his own oath to fulfill, his own Silmarils to seek, and though it grieved him to leave Nimrodel alone, he could not turn aside from the doom that had been laid upon him and his brothers long ago. Before he departed, he gave Nimrodel a gift. It was a ring of silver, simple and unadorned, but within it was bound a portion of his own strength, freely given out of gratitude and kinship. When all hope seems lost, he told her, when your spirit wavers and your courage fails, hold this ring close and remember that you are not alone. Remember that there are those who walk in darkness as you do, fighting against the shadow with nothing but the light in their hearts to guide them. And remember that even in the deepest night the dawn will come again. Nimrodel took the ring and placed it upon her finger, and she felt a warmth spread through her weary limbs, a strength that was not her own but was freely shared. She thanked Maedhros with tears in her eyes, and then she turned and continued on her way, leaving the ancient prince to his own fate, which is another tale entire and too long to tell tonight. Old Rory shifted in his chair, and several hobbits in the audience started, as though waking from a dream. The fire had burned very low now, casting the room in a dim and ruddy light that made the shadows seem to dance and sway with a life of their own. Someone moved to add more wood to the flames, but Rory raised a hand to stop them. "No," he said softly, "let the fire burn as it will. Some tales are best told in the darkness, when the walls between worlds grow thin and the old magic can be felt in the very air." The hobbits settled back into their seats, and Rory continued. Nimrodel walked for many days through lands that had been scarred by the enemy's malice, and lands that still held some memory of the beauty they had possessed before the shadow fell. She crossed rivers that ran silver in the moonlight and climbed hills from which she could see the distant gleam of the sea. And always, always her thoughts were fixed upon Celebrindle, waiting for her in the forest, suspended between life and death by nothing more than the strength of his love and the hope that she would return. At last, when her strength was all but spent and the wounds upon her hand had begun to fester, despite the light of the Silmaril, she came to the edge of the forest where she had first met Celebrindle. The trees seemed to recognize her, their branches bending low as though in greeting, their leaves whispering her name in voices almost too soft to hear. She stumbled forward, her legs barely able to support her, and with each step the memory of that first meeting grew stronger in her mind. She could see him standing in the starlit clearing, his eyes wide with wonder, his heart already given to her though they had not yet exchanged a single word. She found him where she had left him, lying upon a bed of moss that his people had prepared for him. They had tended him as best they could, these simple forest elves, who knew nothing of the great powers of the world, but their arts were not sufficient to heal his wounds. He was pale as the moon, and his breath came in shallow gasps that seemed to grow weaker with each passing moment. His eyes were closed, and upon his face was an expression of such peace that Nimrodel feared for a terrible moment that she had come too late, that he had passed beyond the circles of the world while she was still struggling through the shadow. But then his eyes opened, and he saw her, and a smile touched his lips that was more beautiful than the light of the Silmaril itself. "You came back," he whispered. "I knew you would. I never doubted, not for a single moment, that you would return to me." Nimrodel fell to her knees beside him, the Silmaril still clutched in her burned hand, and she wept. She wept for joy at seeing him alive, wept for sorrow at what she had endured, wept for the relief of having reached the end of her long journey at last. And as her tears fell upon his face, upon his chest, upon the wounds that marred his fair form, they began to glow with a soft silver light, mingling with the radiance of the Silmaril and spreading across his body like a healing balm. Rory paused, his eyes glistening in the firelight, and when he spoke again, his voice was thick with emotion. "This is the part of the tale," he said, "that the elf who told it to me found most difficult to relate. For what happened next was a miracle, a working of magic so profound that even those who witnessed it could scarcely believe their eyes. The light of the Silmaril, combined with the tears of Nimrodel and the love that burned between them, began to heal Celebrindel's wounds. The deep gashes closed and faded, the bruises vanished, the pallor of death gave way to the flush of returning life. And as the last of his injuries disappeared, Celebrindal drew a deep breath, a breath that seemed to fill his entire being with vitality, and he sat up, whole and hale, as though he had never been wounded at all. The forest elves who'd been keeping vigil over their fallen kinsman cried out in wonder, falling to their knees before Nimrodel and the blazing jewel she held. They had never seen such a thing, never dreamed that such power existed in the world. But Nimrodel paid them no heed. She had eyes only for Celebrindal, for the one she loved, restored to her against all hope and all expectation. They held each other for a long time, there in the forest clearing, while the stars wheeled overhead and the night birds sang their songs of joy. And when at last they drew apart, Celebrindal looked upon the Silmaril with awe and something very like fear. "What have you done, beloved?" he asked. "What price have you paid for my life?" Nimrodel looked down at her hand, at the scars that the Silmaril's holy fire had burned into her flesh. They would never heal, she knew, would mark her for all the ages of the world as one who had dared to touch what was sacred. But she did not regret them. She would have borne 1,000 such scars, would have endured 1,000 such journeys, for the sake of the one she loved. "I paid the price willingly," she said, "and I would pay it again 100 times over, if it meant keeping you by my side." "But the tale does not end there," Rory said, leaning forward in his chair, "for the enemy does not forget those who have wronged him, and his arm is long, reaching even into the peaceful places of the world. He had marked Nimrodel, had set his malice upon her like a hound upon a scent, and he would not rest until she was destroyed and the Silmaril returned to his crown. The attack came without warning, on a night when the moon was dark and the stars were hidden behind a veil of cloud. The Morimittari, those corrupted elves who served the Shadow, had tracked Nimrodel to the forest, and they came now in force, their numbers far greater than before, their hatred burning hot as the fires of the enemy's forge. They poured through the trees like a dark tide, their eyes blazing with malevolent light, their voices raised in cries of triumph. But they had not reckoned with the power of the Silmaril, nor with the courage of those who would defend it. Nimrodel stood in the centre of the clearing, the jewel held high above her head, and its light blazed forth like a second sun, driving back the shadows and searing the flesh of those who had given themselves to the darkness. Beside her stood Celebrindal, armed now with a sword that his people had forged for him, a blade of silver and starlight that sang as it cut through the night air. The battle raged until dawn, and when the sun rose at last over the eastern hills, the Morimittari had been defeated. Their bodies lay scattered throughout the forest, their corruption purged by the holy light of the Silmaril, and those few who had survived had fled back to their master, bearing news of their failure. The forest elves, who had fought with a courage they had not known they possessed, stood amid the wreckage of the battle and wept, for many of their number had fallen, and the peace they had known was shattered forever. It was then that Celebrindal and Nimrodel knew that they could no longer remain in the forest, Rory continued. The enemy would send more servants, would not rest until he had reclaimed what was stolen from him, and as long as they stayed, they would bring danger upon all who dwelt nearby. They had to leave, to find a place where the Silmarils' light could be hidden from the enemy's searching eye, a place where they might live in peace at last. The parting was sorrowful beyond words. The forest elves had been Celebrindel's family, his people for all the long years of his life. He had run beneath these trees as a child, had learned the names of every flower and bird, had watched the seasons turn in their endless cycle and found joy in the simple rhythms of the natural world. To leave all of this behind, to venture into the unknown with no certainty of ever returning, was a grief almost too great to bear. But he knew that there was no other choice. For Nimrodell's sake, for the sake of those he loved, he had to go. They departed on a morning when the mist lay thick upon the ground and the air was sweet with the scent of rain-washed earth. The forest elves gathered to see them off, their faces solemn, their eyes bright with unshed tears. No words were spoken, for there were no words that could capture the depth of feeling that passed between them. Celebrindel embraced each of them in turn, holding them close, trying to memorize the feel of their presence against the long years of absence that stretched before him. And then, with Nimrodell by his side and the Silmaril wrapped in cloth and hidden in a pouch at her waist, he turned and walked away, never once looking back. Old Rory paused in his telling, reaching for his pipe, which had long since gone cold. He struck a match and relit it, drawing deeply before continuing, the smoke curling about his head like a wreath of silver clouds. "The elf who told me this tale," Rory said. "He had tears in his eyes when he spoke of this parting. I think he knew what it was to leave behind everything one had ever loved, to walk into an uncertain future with only hope to guide the way. Perhaps all elves know this feeling in the end, for they are immortal, you see, and the world changes around them while they remain the same. The places they love crumble to dust. The friends they cherish pass beyond the circles of the world, and they are left alone with nothing but memories to keep them company." The hobbits in the ivy bush sat in thoughtful silence, contemplating this glimpse into the elven heart. For hobbits, with their love of home and hearth and the familiar comforts of the Shire, the thought of such endless wandering was almost too terrible to contemplate. And yet there was a strange beauty in it too, a nobility of spirit that spoke to something deep within them, something that yearned for adventure even as it clung to the safety of the known. Celebrindel and Nimrodell journeyed westward, Rory continued, following the setting sun toward lands they had never seen. They crossed plains and mountains, forded rivers and navigated forests that seemed to have no end. The Silmaril guided their way, its light visible only to them, pointing ever onward towards some destination that Nimrodell seemed to sense but could not name. They travelled by night when they could, resting by day in hidden glades and sheltered caves, always watchful for signs of pursuit. As they journeyed, Nimrodell told Celebrindel of her life before they had met. She spoke of Valinor, the blessed realm, where the light of the two trees had shone upon fair cities and gardens of surpassing beauty. She told him of the music that filled the air there, music composed by the Ainur themselves, which gave voice to the deepest truths of creation. She described the great elven lords and ladies she had known, beings of such wisdom and power that to stand in their presence was to feel oneself transformed, elevated to a higher plane of existence. But she also told him of the darkness that had come, of the treachery that had poisoned even that blessed realm. She spoke of the enemy, how he had worn a fair form and spoken words of honey, deceiving even the wise with his lies. She told of the destruction of the two trees, the theft of the Silmarils, and the terrible oath that the sons of the great smith had sworn, an oath that would lead to ruin and sorrow beyond measure. And she confessed at last the reason she had fled from Valinor and returned to Middle-earth. "I was afraid," she said, her voice soft with shame. "When the darkness fell and the light was stolen, I was afraid. I could not bear to see the beauty I had loved destroyed, could not face the grief and the anger and the terrible determination for vengeance that consumed so many of my kindred. So I fled. I turned my back on my people in their hour of need and ran as far as I could, hoping to find some corner of the world where the shadow had not yet fallen." She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was barely a whisper. "But the shadow was everywhere," she said. "There was no escaping it, no hiding from it. And in the end, all my running only brought me to a different kind of darkness, a loneliness that was almost worse than the fear I had fled from, until I found you." Celebrindel took her hand in his, squeezing it gently. "You were not a coward," he said. "You were wise. Sometimes the bravest thing we can do is to walk away from a fight we cannot win, to preserve ourselves for battles yet to come. And look what your flight has brought you. It has brought you here, to this moment, with the Silmaril in your keeping and a chance to undo some small portion of the evil that was done." Nimrodel smiled through her tears, and in that smile Celebrindle saw the first true peace she had known since they had met. They travelled for many months, through seasons that changed and lands that grew ever more strange and wild. They saw wonders that no elf of the forest had ever beheld, mountains that touched the sky and valleys where flowers bloomed in colours that had no names. They encountered other peoples too, men who lived in crude settlements along the rivers of Nun, and dwarves who delved deep beneath the earth, seeking the treasures hidden in stone. These peoples regarded them with suspicion at first, for elves were rare in those parts and not always trusted. But Nimrodel and Celebrindle moved with grace and spoke with kindness, and eventually they were allowed to pass in peace. At last, when the winter snows had begun to melt and the first green shoots of spring were pushing through the cold earth, they came to a place that made them both stop and stare in wonder. It was a valley, hidden among the western mountains, so beautiful that it seemed almost unreal. Waterfalls cascaded down the cliffs in ribbons of silver and foam, feeding a river that wound through the valley floor like a thread of liquid crystal. Trees grew in profusion along the banks, their branches heavy with blossoms that filled the air with a fragrance sweeter than any perfume. And at the far end of the valley, nestled against the mountain's side, stood a great house of white stone that seemed to glow with its own inner light. "This is the place," Nimrodel breathed. "This is where we were meant to come." They descended into the valley, following a path that wound through the flowering trees. As they walked, they became aware of a presence watching them, of eyes hidden among the leaves that tracked their every movement. But these were not the eyes of enemies. There was no malice in them, only curiosity and a deep, abiding peace that seemed to emanate from the very stones beneath their feet. At the door of the great house, they were met by an elf of noble bearing, tall and fair, with eyes that held the light of stars. He regarded them for a long moment, his gaze lingering on the pouch at Nimrodel's waist where the Silmaril lay hidden. And then, to their astonishment, he smiled. "Welcome," he said, and his voice was like music. "We have been expecting you. Please, come inside. There is much we must discuss." The elf who had greeted them was called Elrond, Rory said, and at the mention of that name several hobbits in the audience drew sharp breaths. For even in the Shire, far removed from the great events of the world, the name of Elrond was known. He was the master of the last homely house, the keeper of ancient lore, and one of the wisest beings in all of Middle-earth. That Celebrindle and Nimrodel should have found their way to his door seemed almost too fortuitous to be believed, and yet, as Rory would explain, there was more at work than simple chance. Elrond led them into the great house, through halls of white stone adorned with tapestries that depicted scenes from the ancient days. The air was filled with music, soft and sweet, that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Elves moved through the corridors with grace and purpose, their faces serene, their eyes filled with a light that spoke of wisdom and peace. After so long in the wild, pursued by shadow and hunted by servants of the enemy, Celebrindle and Nimrodel felt as though they had stepped into a dream from which they never wished to wake. They were given chambers to rest in, rooms furnished with elegant simplicity and overlooking the valley below. Servants brought them food and drink, the finest they had ever tasted, and drew baths of warm water scented with herbs that eased the aches and pains of their long journey. For 3 days they rested, recovering their strength and marvelling at the beauty that surrounded them. And on the 4th day, Elrond summoned them to his study. The study was a great circular room at the top of a tower, its walls lined with books and scrolls that contained the accumulated knowledge of ages. Windows looked out in all directions, offering views of the valley and the mountains beyond. In the centre of the room stood a table of dark wood, and upon that table sat a map of Middle-earth, intricately detailed, showing lands and features that neither Celebrindle nor Nimrodel had ever heard of. Elrond stood before the windows, his back to them, gazing out at the setting sun. When he spoke, his voice was grave. "I know what you carry," he said. "I felt its presence the moment you entered the valley. The light of the Silmaril cannot be hidden from those who have the eyes to see it, and I know too what you've endured to bring it here. The courage you have shown is beyond praise." He turned to face them, and in his eyes was a sorrow that seemed older than the mountains themselves. "But I must tell you a hard truth," he continued. "The Silmaril cannot remain here. Its light, though beautiful, is a beacon that will draw the enemy's attention to this valley. Already his spies are searching for you, scouring the lands for any trace of the jewel you have stolen. If they find it here, they will bring war to these shores, and all the peace we have built will be destroyed." Nimrodal's face went pale, and she clutched the pouch at her waist as though to protect it. "Then what would you have us do?" she asked. "We cannot return it. We will not. The light of the Silmaril saved Celebrindal's life. It is sacred beyond measure. To give it back to the enemy would be a betrayal of everything we have suffered." Elrond raised a hand, his expression softening. "Peace," he said. "I do not ask you to return it. The Silmarils were never meant to rest upon the brow of darkness. They belong to the light, and to the light they must eventually return. But until that day comes, they must be hidden, placed beyond the reach of the enemy and all his servants." He moved to the table and pointed to a spot on the map far to the west, where the land ended and the sea began. "There is a place," he said, "known only to a few of the wisest among our kind. It lies beyond the western shores, in waters that no ship of mortal make has ever sailed. It is called Tol Eressëa, the Lonely Isle, and it sits upon the very threshold of Valinor itself. If the Silmaril can be brought there, it will be safe from the enemy forever, and those who bear it will be granted passage to the Blessed Realm, to dwell in peace for all eternity." Rory paused in his telling, and the silence in the ivy bush was absolute. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting the room in a dim red light that seemed almost to pulse with the rhythm of the tale. Young Sam Gamgee sat with his mouth hanging open, his eyes wide as saucers, utterly transported by the story he was hearing. Around him, the other hobbits wore similar expressions of wonder and awe. "The sea," Rory continued, his voice soft and reverent. "To an elf, the sea is more than just water. It is a calling, a longing that lives in their very blood. From the moment they first hear its voice, they are drawn to it, yearning to cross its waves and find the peace that awaits them on the far shore." For Celebrindal, who had never seen the sea, the thought of such a journey was both terrifying and thrilling. For Nimrodel, who had once dwelt in Valinor and had fled from it in fear, it was something else entirely. It was a chance for redemption, an opportunity to return to the home she had abandoned and to make amends for the cowardice that had driven her away. They accepted Elrond's counsel and agreed to make the journey. But the road to the sea was long and perilous, and Elrond warned them that they would face many trials before they reached the western shores. He gave them gifts to aid them on their way, cloaks woven by the elves of his household that would hide them from unfriendly eyes, waybread that would sustain them when other food could not be found, and a phial containing water from the springs of the valley, which carried within it a light that would not fail even in the deepest darkness. And he gave them one thing more, a guide, he said, one who knows the western roads better than any other, who has walked them many times and will walk them again before the world ends. The door of the study opened and a figure entered. He was tall, taller than any elf Celebrindal had ever seen, with a long grey beard and eyes that twinkled with hidden mirth. He wore robes of grey that seemed to shimmer in the fading light, and in his hand he carried a staff of gnarled wood, topped with a crystal that glowed with a soft inner radiance. At the sight of him, Nimrodel gasped and fell to her knees. "Mithrandir," she breathed, "the Grey Pilgrim, I did not know you were here." The tall figure smiled, and in that smile was a warmth that seemed to fill the entire room. "I go where I am needed," he said, and his voice was deep and kind, "and it seems that I am needed now. Rise, child. We have a long road ahead of us, and there is much to discuss before we depart." The hobbits in the ivy bush stirred at this revelation, murmuring among themselves. For the name Mithrandir was unknown to most of them, but the description of the figure was unmistakable. This was Gandalf, the Grey Wanderer, the wizard who had been a friend to hobbits for as long as anyone could remember. That he should appear in this ancient tale, guiding elves on a quest to the very edge of the world, seemed both surprising and entirely fitting. Gandalf, Rory confirmed, nodding slowly. Though in those days he was known by many names, and Gandalf was not among them. To the elves he was Mithrandir, the Grey Pilgrim. To the men of the south he was Incarnus. To the dwarves he was Tharkan, but wherever he went and whatever name he bore, he was always the same, a servant of the light, a foe of the shadow, and a friend to all who stood against the darkness. He led Celebrindle and Nimrodel out of the valley on a morning bright with promise. The road wound downward through the mountains, following paths that only Gandalf seemed to know, crossing bridges of stone that spanned chasms of terrifying depth. They travelled for many weeks, through lands that grew ever stranger and more wild, until at last they came to the edge of a great forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. "This is the Greenwood," Gandalf told them, "though in later days it will be called by a darker name. We must pass through it to reach the western shores. Stay close to me, and do not stray from the path, no matter what you may see or hear." The Greenwood was ancient beyond reckoning, Rory continued, his voice taking on a hushed quality that made the hobbits lean forward in their seats. Its trees had stood since before the rising of the sun, their roots reaching deep into the bones of the earth, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy so thick that neither light nor rain could penetrate. To enter it was to step into another world, a world of perpetual twilight where time seemed to move differently, and the normal rules of nature did not apply. Celebrindle felt the strangeness of the place the moment they passed beneath the eaves of the forest. The air was heavy and still, thick with the scent of decay and growing things, and sounds seemed to carry differently here, muffled and distorted in ways that made it difficult to judge distance or direction. The path they followed was narrow and overgrown, barely visible beneath the carpet of fallen leaves, and more than once Celebrindle would have lost it entirely had Gandalf not been there to guide them. The wizard moved through the forest with a confidence that spoke of long familiarity, his staff tapping softly against the earth as he walked. He did not speak much, conserving his strength for the challenges that lay ahead, but his presence was a comfort in that dark and uncertain place. When Celebrindle's courage wavered, when the shadows seemed to press too close and the whispers of the trees grew too insistent, he would look at Gandalf's steady form ahead of him and feel his fear recede. They travelled for many days through the Greenwood, stopping to rest only when exhaustion forced them to. Even then, sleep was difficult to come by. The forest was alive with sounds in the darkness, rustlings and creakings and distant cries that might have been animals or might have been something else entirely. Celebrindle would lie awake for hours, staring up at the impenetrable canopy above, feeling the weight of the ancient trees pressing down upon him like a physical force. It was on the 7th night of their journey that the shadows finally showed their true nature. They had made camp in a small clearing, one of the few places where a gap in the canopy allowed a shaft of starlight to reach the forest floor. Gandalf had set wards around their camp, invisible barriers of power that would warn them of approaching danger, and Celebrindle had allowed himself to hope that they might pass through the forest without incident. He was wrong. The attack came without warning, a rush of darkness that swept out of the trees like a living tide. The creatures that emerged were unlike anything Celebrindle had ever seen, things of shadow and malice that seemed to have no fixed form, their shapes constantly shifting and flowing like ink in water. They had no eyes that he could see, no mouths, no features of any kind, and yet they radiated a hunger so intense that it made his very soul recoil. Gandalf was on his feet in an instant, his staff blazing with white light that drove back the nearest of the shadow creatures. But there were too many of them, pouring out of the darkness in an endless stream, and for every one that fell before his power, 2 more took its place. Nimrodel drew forth the Silmaril, its holy radiance cutting through the night like a blade, and the creatures screamed in voices that were not voices, writhing and retreating from the light. But they did not flee. They circled the camp just beyond the reach of the Silmaril's glow, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and Celebrindle, standing between Nimrodel and the darkness with nothing but his silver sword, knew that they could not hold out forever. "Run," Gandalf commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. "I will hold them here. Take the Silmaril and go. The western shore is not far now. You can make it if you do not stop." Nimrodel shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "We cannot leave you," she cried. "They will overwhelm you. They will destroy you." Gandalf turned to look at her, and in his eyes was a fire that seemed to burn from somewhere deep within, a power ancient and terrible that had nothing to do with the mortal form he wore. "I'm not so easily destroyed," he said, and there was something in his voice that made even the shadow creatures hesitate. "Now go, before it is too late." Celebrindle seized Nimrodol's hand and pulled her toward the edge of the clearing. She resisted for a moment, looking back at Gandalf, but then the wizard raised his staff and spoke a word of command that shook the very foundations of the forest. Light exploded outward in all directions, and the shadow creatures fell back, shrieking, and in that moment of respite, Celebrindle and Nimrodel ran. They ran blindly through the darkness, trusting to the light of the Silmaril to guide their way. Branches whipped at their faces and roots reached up to trip at their feet, but they did not slow, did not stop, driven by the terror of what pursued them and the desperate hope that Gandalf's sacrifice would not be in vain. Behind them, they could hear the sounds of battle continuing, great crashes and flashes of light that illuminated the forest in brief strobing bursts, and then, suddenly, silence. Nimrodel stumbled to a halt, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her face pale with exhaustion and grief. "He is gone," she whispered. "Mithrandir is gone." But Celebrindle was not so sure. There was something in the air, a sense of presence, of power that had not been extinguished but merely withdrawn. He thought of Gandalf's words, of the fire that had burned in his eyes, and he felt a certainty settle into his heart that the wizard was not so easily defeated. "We must keep moving," he said, taking Nimrodol's hand once more. "We must reach the sea. That is what he wanted. That is what he gave himself for." They continued on through the night, and when dawn came at last, filtering weakly through the canopy above, they found themselves standing at the edge of the forest. Before them stretched a great plain of grass that rippled in the wind like waves upon the sea, and beyond that, glittering in the morning light, was the sea itself. Old Rory paused in his telling, and when he spoke again his voice was thick with emotion. "The elf who told me this tale," he said, described the moment when Celebrindle first saw the sea. He said it was like watching someone fall in love, or perhaps like watching someone come home after a long and weary journey. The longing that all elves carry within them, the yearning for the far shores of Valinor, rose up in Celebrindle's heart, and he understood at last why his people spoke of the sea longing with such reverence and such fear. They crossed the plain in 2 days, walking from dawn to dusk and resting only when their legs would carry them no further. The Silmaril guided their way, its light growing stronger as they approached the western shores, as though it too yearned to return to the place from which its radiance had first come. And when at last they stood upon the beach, with the waves breaking at their feet and the salt spray upon their faces, they saw something that took their breath away. A ship was waiting for them. It was unlike any vessel either of them had ever seen, its hull white as bone and its sails silver as moonlight. It seemed to glow with its own inner radiance, as though the very wood from which it was made had been harvested from trees that grew in the gardens of the Valar themselves. And standing at its prow, his grey robes billowing in the wind, was Gandalf. He smiled as they approached, and in that smile was a weariness that spoke of battles hard fought and barely won, but also a warmth that filled their hearts with hope. "You made it," he said simply. "I knew you would." Nimrodel ran to him, throwing her arms around him, weeping with relief. Celebrindle followed more slowly, his eyes fixed upon the ship and the vast expanse of water that stretched beyond it. "This vessel will carry you to Tol Eressëa," Gandalf told them, "and from there, if you choose, to Valinor itself. The Silmaril will be safe in the keeping of the Valar, and you will find the peace you have been seeking for so long." He turned to look at the sea, his expression growing distant. "My road lies elsewhere," he said. "There is still much work to be done in Middle-earth, many shadows yet to be driven back, but I will not forget you, either of you, and perhaps, when my task is finally complete, we will meet again in the Blessed Realm." Celebrindle stepped forward, his throat tight with emotion. "Thank you," he said, "for everything. We would not have made it without you." Gandalf placed a hand upon his shoulder, and his eyes were kind. "You would have found a way," he said. "That is what those who walk in the light do. They find a way, no matter how dark the road may seem." The voyage across the sea was unlike anything Celebrindle had ever experienced, Rory continued. The ship moved with a grace that seemed almost supernatural, gliding across the waves as though the water itself parted to let it pass. The sails filled with wind even when the air was still, and the stars overhead seemed brighter and closer than they had ever been before, as though the vessel was carrying them not just across the sea but upward, toward the very heavens themselves. Nimrodel stood at the prow for much of the journey, her eyes fixed upon the western horizon, her face illuminated by a light that seemed to come from within. The fear and sorrow that had marked her features for so long had begun to fade, replaced by something that Celebrindle could only describe as peace. She was going home, he realised, returning to the place she had fled so many ages ago, and though the circumstances of her departure had been marked by shame and cowardice, her return would be a triumph, a testament to the courage she had found in the darkness. Celebrindle himself felt the sea longing growing stronger with each passing day. It was a strange sensation, this yearning for a place he had never seen, a home he had never known. It pulled at his heart like a physical force, drawing him ever westward, and he understood at last why so many of his kindred had made this journey before him, why the call of the sea was something that no elf could resist forever. On the 7th day of their voyage, as the sun was setting in a blaze of gold and crimson, they saw it. Rising from the sea like a dream made solid, an island of surpassing beauty, its shores white as pearl and its hills green with forests that seemed to glow with their own inner light. This was Tol Eressëa, the Lonely Isle, the last stopping point before the shores of Valinor itself. The ship carried them into a harbour of crystal clear water, where other vessels of similar make lay at anchor, their silver sails furled, their crews moving about with the unhurried grace of those who had left the cares of the mortal world far behind. Elves came to meet them as they disembarked, tall and fair, their eyes filled with a light that spoke of ages spent in the presence of the Valar themselves. They greeted Celebrindle and Nimrodel with warmth and reverence, for word of their coming had preceded them, carried on winds that blew from shores no mortal had ever seen. The Silmaril was taken from Nimrodil's keeping with great ceremony and placed in a casket of white stone that had been prepared for it. The elves who bore it away handled it with the utmost care, their faces reflecting the jewel's holy radiance, their voices raised in songs of praise and thanksgiving. For the first time since it had been stolen from the enemy's crown, the Silmaril was truly safe, protected by powers that not even the Dark Lord could hope to overcome. And Celebrindle and Nimrodel, freed at last from the burden they had carried so far and so long, found themselves standing on a shore of white sand, looking out across a sea that seemed to go on forever. The sun had set and the stars were coming out, brighter and more beautiful than any stars Celebrindle had ever seen, and there, on the very edge of sight, was a glow that was not starlight, a radiance that seemed to emanate from the land itself. Valinor, Nimrodel breathed, and in her voice was a longing so profound that it made Celebrindle's heart ache. The blessed realm. I never thought I would see it again. She turned to look at him, and in her eyes was a question that did not need to be spoken. Celebrindle took her hand in his, feeling the warmth of her skin, the steady pulse of her heart. He thought of the forest where he had been born, of the river that had sung him to sleep each night, of the simple joys of a life lived in harmony with the natural world. He thought of all he was leaving behind, all he would never see again. And then he looked at Nimrodel, at the love that shone in her eyes, and he knew that there was no choice to make, no sacrifice too great. "Let us go home," he said. Old Rory fell silent, and for a long moment the only sound in the ivy bush was the crackling of the fire and the soft breathing of the assembled hobbits. Then, slowly, he reached for his mug and took a long drink, his eyes distant as though he were seeing scenes far removed from the cosy confines of the inn. "That is the tale," he said at last, as the elf told it to me on that stormy night so many years ago. Celebrindle and Nimrodel passed over the sea to Valinor, where they dwelt in peace for all the ages that followed. The Silmaril was returned to the keeping of the Valar, its light preserved forever in the halls of the Blessed. And Gandalf, the Grey Pilgrim, continued his wanderings in Middle-earth, working against the shadow in ways both great and small, until his own task was finally complete, and he too took ship into the west. He set down his mug and looked around at the faces of his audience. The hobbits sat in stunned silence, their eyes wide, their minds still dwelling in the world of the story he had spun for them. Young Sam Gamgee had tears running down his cheeks, though whether from sorrow or joy or some mixture of both, he could not have said. "It is a beautiful tale," old Daddy Two-Foot said at last, his voice quavering slightly. "Beautiful and sad. But I wonder, Master Brandybuck, What became of the elf who told it to you? Did he ever speak of his own fate, of the road that lay before him?" Rory smiled, a soft and knowing smile that seemed to hold secrets within secrets. "He did," he said. "He told me that he too would one day take ship into the west, when the time was right and his work in Middle-earth was done. But he also told me something else, something that I have carried with me all these years, that I have never shared with another soul until this night." The hobbits leaned forward, their curiosity piqued. "He told me," Rory continued, "that the tale of Celebrindle and Nimrodel was not just a story of two elves and their love for one another. It was a tale of hope, of the power of courage and sacrifice to overcome even the darkest of shadows. And he said that there would come a time, in years yet to come, when the hobbits of the Shire would play their own part in such a story, when they would be called upon to show the same courage and the same love, and when their deeds would be remembered for as long as Middle-earth endured." A murmur ran through the assembled hobbits at these words. The idea that they, simple folk who wanted nothing more than a full belly and a warm hearth, could be part of some great adventure seemed both thrilling and terrifying. "I did not believe him then," Rory admitted. "I was young and foolish, and the Shire seemed so far removed from the great events of the world that I could not imagine how we might ever be touched by them. But now, in my old age, I'm not so sure. I have seen things in my years, heard whispers and rumours that speak of shadows gathering in the east, of an enemy who was never truly defeated but only diminished, waiting for his chance to rise again. And I wonder sometimes if the elf's words were not prophecy but truth, a glimpse of a future that is even now rushing toward us." The fire had burned down to its last embers, and the room was growing cold. Outside, the wind had died away, and the night was still and silent. The hobbits sat wrapped in their cloaks, their faces thoughtful, pondering the weight of what they had heard. "But such thoughts are for another time," Rory said, rising stiffly from his chair. "The hour grows late, and old bones like mine need their rest. I thank you all for listening to an old hobbit's tale. May it bring you pleasant dreams, and perhaps a little something to think about when the morning comes." He made his way toward the door, his steps slow but steady, his silver hair gleaming in the dim light. At the threshold he paused and turned back to look at the assembled company one last time. "Remember what I have told you tonight," he said. "Remember the courage of Celebrindal and Nimrodel. Remember the sacrifice of Gandalf, and remember that even in the darkest of times there is always hope. For that is the true lesson of the tale, the truth that lies at its heart. No matter how great the shadow, no matter how terrible the enemy, those who walk in the light will always find a way." And with those words, he stepped out into the night, leaving the hobbits of the ivy bush to ponder the wonders they had heard and the mysteries that yet remained. The common room of the ivy bush slowly emptied as the hobbits made their way home through the quiet streets of Hobbiton. They walked in small groups, speaking in hushed voices, still caught in the spell of Rory Brandybuck's tale. The harvest moon had climbed high overhead, casting silver light across the familiar hills and gardens, and the world seemed somehow different than it had before, larger and more mysterious, filled with possibilities that had never occurred to them in all their comfortable years. Young Sam Gamgee was among the last to leave. He lingered by the dying fire, staring into the embers as though he might find answers there to questions he did not yet know how to ask. The tale had stirred something deep within him, a longing for adventure that he had never before allowed himself to acknowledge. He thought of Celebrindal, running through the forest of his youth, dreaming of what lay beyond the horizon. He thought of Nimrodel, fleeing from her fears only to find a courage she had never known she possessed. And he thought of Gandalf the Grey pilgrim, walking the roads of Middle-earth in service of the light. A hand fell gently upon his shoulder, and Sam looked up to find Togo Goodbody standing beside him, a kind smile upon his weathered face. "Time to go home, lad," the innkeeper said. "Your old dad will be wondering where you've got to." Sam nodded and rose reluctantly from his seat. At the door he paused and looked back at the empty chair where Rory Brandybuck had sat, half expecting to see the old hobbit still there, ready to spin another tale of wonder and adventure. "Mr. Goodbody," Sam said slowly, "do you think it's true? The story, I mean. Do you think there really are elves sailing to the west, and wizards fighting against the shadow, and all those marvellous things?" Togo considered the question for a long moment before answering. "I think," he said at last, that there are more things in this world than we hobbits know about, tucked away here in our comfortable shire. I think that Rory Brandybuck has seen things that most of us never will, and I think that when he speaks of such matters, we would do well to listen. Whether every word of his tale is true in the way that the turning of the seasons is true, or whether it is true in some other way, a way that speaks to deeper things that I cannot say. But I believe this much. There is magic in Middle-earth, and wonder, and both good and evil greater than anything we have ever encountered. And perhaps, if the elf's prophecy is to be believed, we hobbits will one day have our own part to play in the great story of the world. Sam pondered these words as he walked home through the moonlit lanes. The familiar shapes of Hobbiton surrounded him, the round doors and smoking chimneys, the neat gardens and well-tended hedges, all the comfortable trappings of the life he had always known. But tonight they seemed different somehow, touched by the shadow of things greater and stranger, as though the walls between the Shire and the wider world had grown thin and permeable. He thought of Mr. Bilbo Baggins up the hill at Bag End, who had gone on his own adventure many years ago and returned with tales of dragons and treasure and elves. He thought of Mr. Frodo, Bilbo's young cousin, who had come to live with him and who sometimes had a faraway look in his eyes, as though he too dreamed of roads that led beyond the borders of the Shire. And he thought of himself, Samwise Gamgee, a gardener's son with dirt beneath his fingernails and a heart full of longings he'd never before allowed himself to name. Perhaps, he whispered to himself as he walked, perhaps there is more to life than tending vegetables and trimming hedges. Perhaps even a simple hobbit can do great things, if the chance comes and he has the courage to take it. He did not know it then, could not have known it, but the words he spoke that night were a kind of prophecy, a foretelling of events that would one day shake the very foundations of Middle-earth. For Sam Gamgee would indeed do great things, would walk roads that no hobbit had ever walked before, would face dangers that would have made even the bravest warrior quail, and he would do it all for love, for loyalty, for the simple hobbit virtues that Rory Brandybuck's tale had celebrated and that the elf in the storm had seen shining in the hearts of the halflings. But all of that lay in the future, hidden beyond the veil of years. On this night, Sam knew only that he'd heard a tale that had changed something inside him, had opened a door that could never be fully closed again. And as he climbed the hill to number 3 Bagshot Row and slipped quietly through the round green door, he carried with him a spark of wonder that would burn in his heart for all the days of his life. The gaffer was asleep in his chair by the fire, his pipe fallen from his fingers, his gentle snores filling the small and cosy room. Sam covered him with a blanket and stood for a moment, looking down at the old hobbit with a love so fierce it almost hurt. His father had never been one for tales and fancies, had always kept his feet firmly planted in the good brown earth of the Shire. But even he, Sam thought, even he must have dreamed once, must have looked up at the stars and wondered what lay beyond the hills. Sam made his way to his own small room and lay down upon his bed, but sleep was a long time coming. His mind was too full of the tale he had heard, of elves and Silmarils and journeys to the edge of the world. He thought of Celebrindle standing at the prow of the white ship, watching Valinor rise from the sea. He thought of Nimrodel, returning at last to the home she had fled, her heart healed by love and courage. And he thought of Gandalf standing alone against the darkness, buying time for those he sought to protect with nothing but his staff and his indomitable will. There is magic in this world, Sam whispered to himself, and I have heard its voice tonight. Outside his window, the stars wheeled slowly across the sky, the same stars that had shone upon Celebrindal in the forests of the east, the same stars that had guided Nimrodel on her desperate quest. They were ancient beyond reckoning, those stars, witnesses to all the ages of the world, to all the joys and sorrows that had played out beneath their light, and they would shine still, Sam knew, long after he and all his kind had passed from the circles of the world. But that thought did not sadden him. Instead, it filled him with a strange and solemn joy, a sense of being part of something vast and beautiful and enduring. The great story of Middle-earth was still being written, and perhaps, just perhaps, he would have his own small part to play in it. When sleep finally came, it brought with it dreams of distant shores and silver ships, of forests deep and mountains high, of courage in the face of darkness and love that triumphed over fear. and in his dreams, Sam Gamgee walked the roads of Middle-earth, not as a spectator but as a participant, a humble hobbit who had found within himself a strength he'd never known he possessed. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the first hints of frost touching the grass and gilding the edges of the fallen leaves. Sam rose early and went about his duties in the garden at Bag End, his hands busy with the familiar tasks of weeding and pruning and preparing the beds for winter. But his mind was elsewhere, dwelling still on the tale he had heard the night before. Mr. Frodo found him there, standing among the roses with a faraway look in his eyes, and asked what he was thinking about. Sam blushed and stammered something about a story he had heard at the ivy bush, a tale of elves and adventure that had kept him awake half the night. Frodo smiled, that gentle smile that always made Sam feel as though he were understood. "I should like to hear that tale some day," Frodo said. "There is something about stories, is there not, Sam? They have a way of staying with us, of changing us in ways we do not always understand." "Yes, Mr. Frodo," Sam replied. "They do at that." And though neither of them knew it then, the story that would change them both, the story that would carry them to the very edge of darkness and back again, was already waiting for them, just over the horizon, patient as the stars, inevitable as the dawn. Thus ends the tale of that night at the ivy bush, when old Rory Brandybuck spoke of ancient days and elven love, and a young gardener named Samwise Gamgee first heard the call of adventure that would one day lead him to the very heart of shadow, and out of it again into the light. May it be remembered by all who love the Shire and the simple folk who dwell there, and may the courage of Celebrindle and Nimrodel shine always as a beacon in the darkness, guiding all who seek the light. Story 2. In the gentle land of the Shire, where the hills roll soft and green beneath skies of endless blue, and the rivers run clear through meadows dotted with wildflowers, there has always been a fondness for the simple pleasures of life. Good food, fine pipeweed, the company of friends, and above all else, a well-told tale by the warmth of a crackling fire. It is said among the hobbits that there is no finer place for such pleasures than the ivy bush, that venerable inn nestled on the Bywater Road, where the ale flows golden and the stories flow even more freely. Now, the ivy bush was not so grand as the Green Dragon, perhaps, nor so well known to travellers from distant lands, but to the hobbits of Hobbiton and Bywater, it was a treasure beyond measure. The walls were thick with climbing ivy, as its name suggested, and the windows glowed warm and inviting on even the coldest autumn evenings. The common room smelled perpetually of wood smoke and fresh bread, of pipeweed and honeyed mead, and of something else besides, something that could only be described as the accumulated warmth of countless evenings spent in good fellowship. It was on one such evening, in the waning days of autumn when the leaves had turned to gold and russet, and the first whispers of winter crept down from the north, that a most remarkable gathering took place at the ivy bush. The harvest had been bountiful that year, and the hobbits of the Shire were in fine spirits. The cellar of the ivy bush was well stocked with barrels of the finest ale from the breweries of Michel Delving, and the larder was overflowing with provisions for the coming winter months. Old Hamfast Rumble, the proprietor of the ivy bush, was a stout hobbit with a magnificent silver beard that cascaded down his waistcoat like a waterfall of moonlight. He had inherited the inn from his father, who had inherited it from his father before him, and so on back through the generations until the founding of the establishment itself was lost in the mists of time. Hamfast took great pride in his inn, polishing the brass fittings until they gleamed like gold, and ensuring that every guest who crossed his threshold felt as welcome as family. On this particular evening, as the sun began its descent behind the hills and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Hamfast noticed that his common room was filling with an unusual assortment of hobbits. There was old Tobold Bracegirdle, whose family claimed descent from the legendary Tobold Hornblower himself, the first hobbit to grow pipeweed in the Shire. Beside him sat the widow Longo, a sprightly hobbit woman, despite her advanced years, whose memory stretched back further than anyone could rightly recall. The Proudfoot brothers, Odo and Ponto, had claimed their usual spot by the fire, arguing good-naturedly about the proper technique for smoking a pipe. And scattered about the room were a dozen other hobbits, young and old, each with a tale to tell or a story to hear. But it was the arrival of one particular hobbit that caused a ripple of excitement to pass through the assembled company. His name was Bungo Goodbody, and he was known far and wide as the greatest storyteller in all of the Shire. Bungo was neither tall nor short for a hobbit, neither fat nor thin, with a face that was altogether unremarkable save for his eyes, which sparkled with a light that spoke of wonders seen and tales remembered. He wore a waistcoat of deep forest green, embroidered with golden threads in patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the firelight, and he carried with him an air of quiet authority that commanded attention without demanding it. When Bungo entered the ivy bush that evening, a hush fell over the common room. Hobbits who had been chattering away fell silent, pipes were lowered from lips and tankards were set down upon tables. All eyes turned to the storyteller as he made his way to the great armchair that Hamfast had reserved for him beside the hearth. "Good evening to you all," said Bungo, settling into the chair with a contented sigh. "I see that word has spread of tonight's gathering." His voice was soft, yet carried to every corner of the room, a voice that seemed made for the telling of tales. "I have promised Hamfast that I shall share with you some stories this evening, tales that have been passed down through my family for more generations than I can count. Tales of the Shire and beyond, of ordinary hobbits who found themselves in extraordinary circumstances, and of the magic that lies hidden just beneath the surface of our peaceful land." A murmur of anticipation ran through the crowd. More hobbits were arriving now, squeezing through the doorway and finding seats wherever they could. Some sat on the floor, while others perched on windowsills or leaned against the walls. Children who should have been abed long ago had somehow managed to slip away from their parents and now sat cross-legged at Bungo's feet, their eyes wide with excitement. Hamfast bustled about, ensuring that everyone had a full tankard and a plate of warm pastries. He knew from long experience that a tale well told required an audience well fed, and he took his responsibilities seriously. When at last he was satisfied that all was in order, he gave Bungo a nod, and the storyteller began. "The first tale I shall tell you tonight," said Bungo, drawing deeply on his pipe and releasing a ring of smoke that drifted lazily toward the rafters, "is a tale that was told to me by my grandmother, who heard it from her grandmother, who heard it from hers. It is a tale of a young hobbit named Primrose Burrows, who lived in these very hills many ages past, in a time when the Shire was young and the memory of the elder days still lingered in the hearts of our people. Now Primrose was what folk in those days called a wandering soul. While other hobbits were content to tend their gardens and smoke their pipes, Primrose was forever walking to the edges of things, peering over fences and wondering what lay beyond the next hill. Her parents, respectable hobbits both, despaired of her ever settling down to a proper life. But Primrose could not help her nature any more than the wind could help blowing or the river could help flowing to the sea. In those days, there was an old wood that grew on the borders of what would one day become the South Farthing, a wood so ancient that even the trees themselves had forgotten their own names. The hobbits called it the Whisper Wood, for it was said that when the wind blew through its boughs one could hear voices speaking in tongues that no living creature understood. Most sensible hobbits gave the Whisperwood a wide berth, crossing to the other side of the road when they passed its shadowed eaves. But Primrose, as I've said, was not like most sensible hobbits. One autumn evening, when the sky was painted in shades of amber and rose and the first frost was beginning to silver the grass, Primrose found herself standing at the edge of the Whisperwood. She'd not meant to come here, or so she told herself. Her feet had simply carried her in this direction, as feet so often do when they have a mind of their own. The trees before her stood tall and silent, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy through which only the faintest glimmers of twilight could penetrate. Primrose stood there for a long moment, her heart beating fast in her chest. She could hear the whispers now, faint and distant, like the memory of a song half remembered from childhood. They seemed to be calling to her, beckoning her forward into the shadows beneath the trees. Every instinct told her to turn back, to return to the warmth and safeties of her hobbit hole, to forget this foolishness and live out her days like a proper hobbit should. But there was something else stirring within her, something stronger than fear. It was curiosity, that most dangerous of qualities, the spark that has driven hobbits to deeds both great and terrible since the beginning of our kind. And so, taking a deep breath and squaring her shoulders, Primrose Burrows stepped forward into the Whisperwood. The moment she passed beneath the first branches, the world behind her seemed to fade away. The familiar hills of the Shire, the cosy hobbit holes, the winding roads and babbling brooks, All of it became distant and dreamlike, as though it belonged to another life entirely. Before her lay only the wood, vast and mysterious, stretching away into shadows that grew deeper with every step she took. The path before Primrose was narrow and winding, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched softly beneath her feet. The trees pressed close on either side, their gnarled roots snaking across the ground like sleeping serpents, their branches reaching toward her with fingers of twisted wood. Yet, for all the strangeness of the place, Primrose felt no fear. Indeed, she felt a curious sense of belonging, as though she had wandered these paths before in dreams she could not quite remember. The whispers grew louder as she walked, though she still could not make out their words. They seemed to come from all directions at once, rising and falling like the tide, weaving together into a melody that was at once beautiful and melancholy. Primrose found herself humming along, her voice joining the ancient chorus without conscious thought. She walked for what seemed like hours, though in truth she could not have said how long she wandered in that twilight realm. Time moved differently in the Whisperwood, flowing now fast and now slow, pooling in certain places like water in a hollow stone. The light never changed, remaining forever in that liminal space between day and night, and the stars that she glimpsed through gaps in the canopy seemed brighter and closer than any she had seen before. At last, just when Primrose was beginning to wonder if she would wander forever in this endless wood, she came upon a clearing. It was a perfect circle of grass, untouched by the fallen leaves that carpeted the rest of the forest floor, and in its centre stood a stone. The stone was ancient beyond reckoning, its surface worn smooth by countless years of wind and rain, and it was covered with markings that glowed with a faint silver light. Primrose approached it slowly, her heart pounding in her chest, and as she drew near, the whispers suddenly fell silent. In the stillness that followed, a voice spoke. It was not a voice like any Primrose had heard before. It was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, and it seemed to come from the stone itself, or perhaps from the air around it, or perhaps from somewhere deep within her own heart. "Welcome, Primrose Burrows," said the voice. "We have been waiting for you." Primrose opened her mouth to reply, but no words came. She could only stand there, trembling slightly, as the voice continued. "Long ago, before the Shire was settled, before the Hobbits came to these lands from lands now forgotten, we made our home in this wood. We are the spirits of the elder days, the keepers of old memories and ancient wisdom. We have watched your people grow and flourish, and we have seen in you, Primrose Burrows, a kindred spirit. You have walked to the edges of things, peered over fences, wondered what lay beyond. And now you have found what lies beyond." At last, Primrose found her voice. "What do you want of me?" she asked, her words barely above a whisper. "We want nothing that you are not willing to give," the voice replied, "but we offer you a gift, if you are brave enough to accept it. We offer you the gift of seeing, the ability to perceive the hidden paths and secret places of the world, to hear the whispers of the wind and understand the language of the trees. It is a gift that comes with a price, for those who see too much can never return to the blindness they once knew. You will walk forever between two worlds, belonging fully to neither. Is this a burden you are willing to bear?" Primrose considered the question carefully. She thought of her home, her family, the comfortable life that awaited her if she turned back now. She thought of the gardens she would tend, the pies she would bake, the peaceful years that would stretch before her like a well-trodden road. And then she thought of all the things she would never see, all the wonders that would remain forever hidden from her eyes, all the questions that would go forever unanswered. "I accept," she said. The moment the words left her lips, the stone before her began to glow with a brilliant silver light. The markings on its surface blazed like captured starlight, and Primrose felt something pass through her, a wave of warmth and knowledge and strange, wild joy. When the light faded and she opened her eyes, the world had changed. Or rather, the world was the same as it had always been. It was Primrose who had changed. She could see now the threads of light that connected all living things, the subtle energies that flowed through the earth and air, the spirits that dwelt in every tree and stone and stream. The whispers that had been unintelligible before now resolved themselves into words, and she understood at last the language of the ancient wood. "Go now," said the voice, softer now and somehow sad. Return to your people and live your life, but know that you will always be welcome here, in the Whisperwood, among those who remember the elder days." Primrose nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks, though she could not have said why she wept. She turned and began to walk back the way she had come, and this time the path seemed shorter, the shadows less deep. Before she knew it, she had emerged from the edge of the wood, and there before her lay the familiar hills of the Shire, silver now with frost beneath the rising moon. Bungo paused in his tale and took a long sip of ale. The common room of the ivy bush was utterly silent, every hobbit hanging on his words. Even the fire seemed to burn more quietly, as though reluctant to interrupt the story. "And what became of Primrose Burrows?" asked a young hobbit sitting near the front, his eyes wide with wonder. Bungo smiled. "Ah, that is a tale in itself," he said. "Primrose returned to her home and lived out her days in the Shire, as hobbits do, but she was changed, as the spirits had warned her she would be. She could see things that others could not see, hear things that others could not hear. Some folk thought her strange and gave her a wide berth, but others, those who were troubled or lost or in need of wisdom, sought her out. She became known as Primrose the Seer, and her counsel was valued throughout the land. It is said that when she grew old, older than any hobbit had a right to be, she walked one final time into the Whisperwood, and she was never seen again. But on certain nights, when the wind blows through the trees and the stars shine bright, you can still hear her voice among the whispers, singing songs of the elder days." The hobbits in the common room let out a collective breath, as though they had been holding it throughout the entire tale. Then the spell broke, and there was a great clamour of voices as everyone began talking at once, discussing the story and offering their own opinions on what it might mean. Old Tobold Bracegirdle puffed thoughtfully on his pipe. "I have heard of that wood," he said slowly, "though in my day we called it Bindbola Wood, over by the North Farthing. There were always strange tales told about that place." The widow Longo nodded sagely. "My grandmother used to say that there were places in the Shire where the old magic still lingered," she said. "Places where the world was thin and other things could slip through. She warned us never to go looking for such places, but she also said that sometimes they came looking for you." Hamfast Rumble refilled tankards and passed around another plate of pastries. "Well, I say there is nothing wrong with a bit of magic," he declared cheerfully, "so long as it does not interfere with honest work and good ale. Speaking of which," he turned to Bungo, "what other tales do you have for us this evening, Master Goodbody?" Bungo settled deeper into his chair and smiled. "I have many tales yet to tell," he said, "but let me rest my voice a moment and warm my bones by this excellent fire. Then I shall tell you a tale of a very different sort, a tale of mischief and music and a most peculiar dance." The hobbits murmured in anticipation, and Hamfast hurried to stoke the fire. Outside, the autumn wind was rising, sending the last leaves of the season swirling through the air like golden butterflies. But inside the ivy bush, all was warm and comfortable, and the promise of more tales to come hung in the air like the fragrant smoke from a dozen pipes. When Bungo had rested his voice and finished his ale, when the fire had been built up anew and the candles replenished, when every hobbit in the common room had found a comfortable position and a full tankard, the storyteller cleared his throat and began again. "The next tale I shall tell you," said Bungo, his eyes twinkling in the firelight, "is a tale that my grandfather swore was true, though I leave it to each of you to judge for yourselves. It concerns a hobbit named Drogo Lightfoot, who lived in the village of Overhill in the days when our great-grandparents' great-grandparents were young. Now, Drogo was known throughout the Shire for two things. The first was his dancing, for he could leap and spin and caper with a grace that seemed almost magical, and whenever there was a festival or a wedding or a celebration of any kind, Drogo Lightfoot was sure to be at the centre of it, dancing until the musicians themselves begged for mercy. The second thing for which Drogo was known was his pride, for he believed himself to be the finest dancer in all the land, and he was not shy about saying so. Now pride, as the old sayings tell us, comes before a fall, and in Drogo's case, his pride was to lead him into an adventure that he would remember for the rest of his days. It happened on Midsummer's Eve, the longest day of the year, when the sun hangs golden in the sky and the boundaries between the seen and unseen worlds grow thin. There was to be a great celebration in Overhill that evening, with feasting and music and dancing beneath the stars, and Drogo had spent weeks preparing for the occasion. He had commissioned new shoes from the finest cobbler in Michel Delving. shoes of soft leather with silver buckles that gleamed like captured moonlight. He had practiced his steps until he could perform them in his sleep, and he had boasted to anyone who would listen that this would be a midsummer's eve that no one would ever forget. The celebration began as the sun began its descent toward the western hills. Lanterns were lit and hung from the branches of the great oak tree that stood in the centre of the village green. Tables were laden with food of every description, with roasted meats and fresh bread, with pies and pastries and cakes dripping with honey. The musicians took their places, their fiddles and flutes and drums ready to fill the air with music. And Drogo Lightfoot stood at the edge of the green, resplendent in his new shoes, waiting for his moment to shine. The dancing began, and Drogo joined in with enthusiasm. He leaped and spun, his feet moving so quickly that they seemed to blur in the lantern light. The other hobbits stepped back to give him room, watching in admiration as he performed feats of agility that seemed to defy the laws of nature. The music grew faster and faster, and Drogo matched its pace, his pride swelling with every beat of the drum. But as midnight approached and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, something strange began to happen. A mist rose from the ground, thin at first but growing thicker with each passing moment. The lanterns flickered and dimmed, their light struggling against the encroaching fog. The music faltered, then stopped altogether as the musicians peered nervously into the gathering gloom. "Do not stop," cried Drogo, still dancing though there was no music to accompany him. "Play on, I'm not yet finished." But the musicians did not play. They were staring past Drogo, their faces pale with fear, their instruments forgotten in their hands. Drogo turned to see what had captured their attention, and his dancing feet finally grew still. There, at the edge of the green, where the mist swirled thickest, stood a circle of figures. They were small, no larger than hobbits, but their features were sharp and angular, their eyes gleaming with a light that seemed to come from within. They were small, no larger than hobbits, but their features were sharp and angular, their eyes gleaming with a light that seemed to come from within. They were dressed in garments of green and brown, woven from leaves and bark and spider silk, and upon their heads they wore crowns of twisted twigs, adorned with flowers that bloomed in no garden of the Shire. They were the fair folk, the spirits of the wild places, and they had come to Overhill on this night of thin boundaries. One of the figures stepped forward, a maiden of terrible beauty with hair the colour of autumn leaves and eyes like polished acorns. She looked at Drogo, and a smile played across her lips. "We have heard of your dancing, Drogo Lightfoot," she said, and her voice was like the sound of wind chimes in a summer breeze. "We have heard that you call yourself the finest dancer in all the land. We have come to see if this is true." Drogo's pride, which might have been tempered by wisdom, was instead inflamed by the challenge. "In all of Middle-earth. If you doubt my skill, I will be happy to demonstrate." The maiden's smile widened, revealing teeth that were just slightly too sharp. "Then dance with us, Drogo Lightfoot," she said. "Dance with us until the dawn, and we shall see whose feet are the swiftest." Before Drogo could respond, the fair folk began to sing. Their voices wove together in a melody unlike anything he'd ever heard, ancient and wild and impossibly beautiful. His feet began to move of their own accord, drawn by the music as iron is drawn by a lodestone. He tried to stop, tried to turn away, but the song held him fast in its grip. And so Drogo Lightfoot danced with the fair folk beneath the midsummer stars. He danced through meadows of silvergrass and forests of crystalline trees. He danced across rivers that flowed with liquid moonlight and over the mountains that touched the very heavens. Time lost all meaning as he spun and leaped and capered, his silver-buckled shoes flashing in the ethereal light. The fair folk danced around him, their movements fluid and effortless, their laughter ringing out like bells. They danced faster and faster, and Drogo matched them step for step, his pride driving him onward even as his body cried out for rest. He would not be outdone by these strange folk. He would prove himself the greatest dancer of all. But as the night wore on, Drogo began to realize the terrible truth. The fair folk did not tire. They did not sweat or pant or stumble. They danced as naturally as birds fly or fish swim, and they could continue dancing until the end of time itself. Drogo, for all his skill and pride, was still mortal. His lungs burned, his legs ached, and his feet, once so nimble, now felt as heavy as stones. "Please," he gasped at last, his pride crumbling at last beneath the weight of his exhaustion. "Please, I can dance no more. You have bested me. Let me rest." The fair folk stopped their singing and the world around them grew still. The maiden with the autumn hair approached Drogo, her expression unreadable. "You have danced well, Drogo Lightfoot," she said. "Better than any mortal we have ever encountered. But you have also learned the truth that your pride would not allow you to see. No matter how skilled we may be, there is always someone or something greater. Will you remember this lesson?" "I will remember," said Drogo, his head bowed in humility. "I will never again boast of my dancing." The maiden nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Then we shall return you to your home," she said. "But we shall take something in exchange for the lesson we have taught you. We shall take your pride, that you may never again be tempted to forget what you have learned this night." She reached out and touched Drogo's chest, just above his heart. He felt something leave him, something that had been with him for so long that he had forgotten it was there. His pride, his boastfulness, his need to be admired. All of it flowed away like water through a sieve, leaving behind only a quiet contentment. When Drogo opened his eyes, he was lying on the village green in Overhill, the morning sun warm upon his face. His silver-buckled shoes were gone, replaced by simple shoes of worn leather. The other hobbits were gathered around him, their faces etched with worry. "Where have you been?" they asked. "You've been missing for 3 days." Drogo sat up slowly, his body aching but his heart strangely light. He told them what had happened, omitting nothing, and when he'd finished the hobbits looked at him with new eyes, for they could see that something had changed in Drogo Lightfoot, something fundamental and profound. From that day forward, Drogo Lightfoot was a changed hobbit. He still danced, for that was in his nature and could not be taken from him. But he danced now for the joy of dancing itself, not for the admiration of others. He taught the young hobbits of Overhill the steps he had learned from the fair folk, strange and beautiful dances that seemed to carry within them echoes of another world. And when folk praised his skill, he would simply smile and say that he had learned from masters far greater than himself. It is said that on certain midsummer eves, when the mist rose thick and the boundaries between worlds grew thin, Drogo would walk alone to the edge of the village green and stand there in silence listening. And sometimes, carried on the wind, he could hear distant music, the wild songs of the fair folk dancing in realms beyond mortal sight. He would tap his foot in time to the rhythm, but he never danced to that music again. He had learned his lesson well. Bungo fell silent, and for a long moment no one in the common room spoke. The fire crackled and popped, sending sparks spiralling up toward the chimney, and the wind moaned softly around the eaves of the ivy bush. Then old Tobold Bracegirdle let out a long breath and shook his head slowly. "I have heard tales of the fair folk before," he said, his voice thoughtful. "My mother used to warn me about them when I was a lad. She said they were drawn to pride and vanity like moths to a flame, and that they delighted in teaching humility to those who thought too highly of themselves. I always thought they were just stories to keep children from becoming too boastful, but now I wonder." The widow Longo nodded sagely, her wrinkled face creased with memory. "There are more things in this world than we can see or understand," she said. "My own grandmother claimed to have seen the fair folk once, dancing in a ring of mushrooms on a hilltop near Tuckborough. She said they were beautiful and terrible all at once, and that she ran home as fast as her feet could carry her. She never went near that hilltop again." Ponto Proudfoot, the younger of the two brothers, spoke up from his seat by the fire. "But surely such things do not happen any more," he said, though his voice carried a note of uncertainty. "The fair folk, the spirits of the elder days, the magic of old, those are all tales from long ago, are they not? The Shire is a peaceful place now, with no room for such wonders." Bungo turned his twinkling eyes upon the young hobbit and smiled. "Is it?" he asked softly. "Are you so certain that the magic has gone from the world? Look around you, Ponto Proudfoot. Look at the fire dancing in the hearth, at the stars wheeling overhead, at the way the ivy climbs the walls of this very inn. Is there not magic in these things? If only we have eyes to see it." Ponto opened his mouth to reply, then closed it again, a thoughtful expression settling over his features. His brother Odo patted him on the shoulder and chuckled. "Best not to argue with a storyteller," he said. "They have a way of turning your own words against you." The common room filled with laughter, and the tension that had built during the tale dissipated like morning mist. Hamfast Rumble bustled about, refilling tankards and ensuring that no plate sat empty for long. The conversation turned to lighter matters, to the quality of this year's harvest and the prospects for the coming winter, to news from the other farthings and gossip about neighbours and friends. But throughout it all, there was an air of anticipation in the room. Every hobbit present knew that Bungo had more tales to tell, and they were eager to hear them. When at last the storyteller cleared his throat and raised his hand for silence, the common room fell quiet once more, every eye turning toward the great armchair by the hearth. "The hour grows late," said Bungo, "but I sense that you are not yet ready for sleep. So let me tell you one more tale before we part ways this evening. It is a tale that my father told me when I was but a young hobbit, scarcely old enough to understand its meaning. It is a tale of love and loss, of courage and sacrifice, and of the bonds that tie us to those we hold dear." He paused, gathering his thoughts, and when he spoke again his voice had taken on a different quality, softer and more solemn than before. In the days when the Shire was still young, there lived in the village of Whitfurrows a hobbit named Peregrine Burrows. Now Peregrine was not a remarkable hobbit in any obvious way. He was neither tall nor short, neither rich nor poor, neither particularly clever nor particularly foolish. He tended his small farm with diligence, paid his debts on time, and was always ready to lend a hand to a neighbour in need. In short, he was the sort of hobbit that the Shire has always produced in abundance, steady and reliable and thoroughly respectable. But there was one thing that set Peregrine apart from his fellows, one secret that he kept hidden deep in his heart. He was in love with a hobbit maiden named Elenor Took, the daughter of the Thane himself, and his love for her burned with a fire that neither time nor distance could diminish. Now Elenor was as far above Peregrine in station as the stars are above the earth. She was beautiful beyond measure, with hair like spun gold and eyes the colour of a summer sky. She was accomplished in all the arts that befitted a maiden of her rank, from dancing to singing to the delicate work of embroidery. Suitors from all across the Shire and beyond came to court her, bearing gifts of silver and gold, of precious gems and fine silks. And Peregrine, watching from afar, knew that he could never compete with such splendour, yet love, as the old songs tell us, is not easily deterred. Despite the hopelessness of his situation, Peregrine could not help but seek out opportunities to catch a glimpse of his beloved. He would find excuses to travel to Tuckborough, where the Thane's great smile lay nestled in the hills. He would linger in the marketplace, hoping to see her pass by on some errand or another, and on those rare occasions when their eyes met, even for the briefest of moments, his heart would soar with a joy that made all his struggles worthwhile. Elenor, for her part, was not unaware of the humble farmer who watched her with such devotion. At first she thought little of it, for she was accustomed to admiration and did not give it much weight. But as time passed, she began to notice things about Peregrine that set him apart from her other suitors. She noticed the kindness in his eyes, the gentleness of his manner, the way he treated even the lowest servant with respect and courtesy. And slowly, without quite realising it, she began to look forward to those brief moments when their paths would cross. One autumn day, when the leaves were turning gold and the air was crisp with the promise of winter, fate intervened in a most unexpected way. Elenor was riding through the countryside with a small escort when her pony stumbled and threw her into a swift-running stream. The current was strong, and Elenor, weighted down by her fine clothes, found herself being swept away toward a waterfall that tumbled down into a rocky gorge below. Her escorts cried out in alarm, but none of them dared to enter the rushing water. They stood on the bank, helpless and horrified, as Elenor struggled against the current that was pulling her inexorably toward her doom. But Peregrine, who happened to be working in a nearby field, heard the commotion and came running. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw himself into the stream, fighting his way through the churning water toward the maiden he loved. The cold bit into his bones, and the current threatened to drag him under, but he pressed on, driven by a strength that came from somewhere beyond mere muscle and sinew. He reached Elenor just as she was about to be swept over the falls. Grabbing her hand, he pulled her close and fought his way toward the bank, every stroke a battle against the relentless force of the water. Twice he went under, twice he struggled back to the surface, and all the while he held Elenor tight, refusing to let her go even as his own strength began to fail. At last, with one final desperate effort, Peregrine managed to grasp hold of a root that jutted out from the bank. He clung to it with all his remaining strength, hauling Eleanor up beside him, and together they pulled themselves out of the water and collapsed onto the muddy shore. The escort rushed to their aid, wrapping them in cloaks and helping them to their feet, but Peregrine saw none of it. His eyes were fixed on Eleanor's face, on the colour returning to her cheeks, on the life that still burned bright in her summer sky eyes. From that day forward, everything changed. The Thane himself came to Whitfurrows to thank the humble farmer who had saved his daughter's life. He offered Peregrine gold and land, titles and honours, anything that was within his power to give. But Peregrine, standing before the great lord in his simple farmer's clothes, asked for only one thing. "I ask for nothing but your blessing," he said, his voice steady despite the trembling of his heart. "Your blessing to court your daughter, if she will have me. I know that I am not worthy of her, that I have nothing to offer but my love and my devotion, but I would rather live in hope than die of longing." The Thane studied the young hobbit before him for a long moment, taking his measure. He saw the calluses on Peregrine's hands, the patches on his clothes, the mud that still clung to his boots. But he also saw the courage in his eyes, the strength of his character, the depth of his love, and he thought of his daughter, swept away by the current, saved by this unlikely hero when those of a greater rank had stood helpless on the shore. "You have my blessing," the Thane said at last, "but the choice is not mine to make. It is Eleanor's heart that you must win, and I will not command her in matters of love." Peregrine bowed low, his heart soaring with joy and terror in equal measure. He had been given a chance, but he knew that the hardest part was still to come. How could a simple farmer win the heart of a maiden who had been courted by the finest hobbits in all the land? But Eleanor, it seemed, had already made her choice. She had seen Peregrine risk his life for her without a moment's hesitation. She had felt the strength of his arms as he fought against the current, the determination in his grip as he refused to let her go. And she had looked into his eyes as they lay gasping on the riverbank, and she'd seen their love so pure and true that it took her breath away more surely than the cold water ever had. Their courtship was the talk of the Shire for many months. Hobbits from every farthing gossiped about the farmer and the Thane's daughter, some approving and some disapproving, but all fascinated by the unlikely romance. Peregrine visited Tuckborough as often as his duties would allow, and each visit deepened the bond between them. They walked together through the gardens of the Great Smile, talking of everything and nothing. They danced together at festivals, Eleanor teaching Peregrine the elegant steps of high society, while he taught her the simpler dances of the common folk, and slowly, surely, they fell deeper and deeper in love. But fate, as I have said, is not always kind. In the spring of the following year, when the flowers were blooming and all the world seemed full of promise, a shadow fell upon the Shire. A sickness came out of the east, a fever that spread from village to village, striking down young and old alike. The healers worked tirelessly, but their herbs and poultices seemed powerless against this malady. Hobbits who had been hale and hearty in the morning were burning with fever by nightfall, and many did not live to see the dawn. Peregrine was among the first to fall ill. He had been helping a neighbour whose entire family had been struck down, carrying water and cooking food and doing whatever he could to ease their suffering. By the time he realised that the fever had taken hold of him as well, it was too late. He collapsed in his small farmhouse, alone and far from help, the fire in his hearth burning low as the fire in his veins burned ever higher. Word reached Eleanor 3 days later. She came at once, defying her father's orders to remain in the safety of Tuckborough, riding through the night to reach the side of the hobbit she loved. When she arrived, she found Peregrine lying still and pale upon his bed, his breath coming in shallow gasps, his eyes closed against the world. For 7 days and 7 nights, Eleanor sat by his bedside. She bathed his fevered brow with cool water, spooned broth between his cracked lips, and whispered words of love and encouragement into his unhearing ears. She did not eat, did not sleep, did not leave his side for even a moment. The other hobbits who came to help marvelled at her devotion, at the strength that seemed to flow from her small frame, at the love that burned in her eyes like a beacon in the darkness. On the 7th night, when the moon hung full and bright in the sky, and the stars seemed to weep with silver tears, Peregrine opened his eyes. The fever had broken at last, driven back by some force that the healers could not explain but that Eleanor understood in her heart. He looked up at her, at the dark circles beneath her eyes and the exhaustion that lined her face, and he smiled. "You came," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I will always come," Eleanor replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Always and forever. Wherever you are, I will be there." Bungo paused in his tale, and the hobbits in the common room of the ivy bush sat in hushed silence. Many of them had tears in their own eyes, moved by the story of Peregrine and Eleanor, by the power of love to overcome even the darkest of circumstances. They were married that summer, Bungo continued, his voice soft with emotion. It was the grandest wedding the Shire had seen in many a year, with hobbits from every farthing coming to celebrate the union of the farmer and the Thane's daughter. They built a home together on the banks of the very stream where Peregrine had saved Eleanor's life, and there they raised a family that would become one of the most respected in all the land. But the tale does not end there. For you see, the love between Peregrine and Eleanor was not an ordinary love. It was a love that had been tested by hardship and trial, tempered by sacrifice and devotion, and it had emerged stronger than steel and brighter than gold. And such a love, the old tales tell us, does not end with death. When Peregrine passed from this world at last, full of years and surrounded by his children and grandchildren, Eleanor did not weep. She simply smiled, kissed his cold forehead, and whispered something that none of the others could hear. And that very night she lay down beside him and closed her eyes, and when the morning came, she too had passed beyond the circles of this world. The hobbits of the Shire said that they had never seen two faces more peaceful, more content than those of Peregrine and Eleanor Burrows as they lay together in their final sleep. And it is said that on quiet nights, when the moon is full and the wind blows soft from the east, you can still hear their laughter echoing across the hills, for their love was stronger than death, and it endures still in the land that they called home. The common room of the ivy bush was silent for a long moment after Bungo finished his tale. Then, slowly, the hobbits began to stir, wiping tears from their eyes and clearing throats that had grown tight with emotion. "That was beautiful," said the widow, Longo, her voice trembling slightly. "Simply beautiful. I had heard pieces of that story before, but never the whole of it. Thank you, Master Goodbody, for sharing it with us." Bungo inclined his head graciously. "It is a tale that deserves to be remembered," he said. "A tale that reminds us of what truly matters in this life. Not gold or status, not power or prestige, but the love we share with those who are dear to us. That is the greatest treasure of all." Hamfast Rumble nodded vigorously, his eyes suspiciously bright. "Well said, Master Goodbody. Well said indeed." He glanced around the common room, taking in the moved faces of his patrons. "I think we could all use another round of ale after that. On the house, of course." A murmur of appreciation rippled through the room, and Hamfast bustled off to fetch more drinks. The fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and outside the wind had died down to a gentle whisper. As Hamfast distributed fresh tankards of ale, and the hobbits settled back into their seats, a young hobbit lass near the back of the room raised her hand tentatively. She was perhaps 16 years old, with bright curious eyes and a mass of curly brown hair that refused to be tamed by the ribbons her mother had tied into it. "Master Goodbody," she called out, her voice clear and sweet as a bell. "My grandmother used to tell me stories about the old days, about things that lived in the Shire before the hobbits came. She said there were spirits in the water and voices in the stones. Are those stories true as well?" Bungo turned his attention to the young hobbit, a warm smile spreading across his weathered face. He regarded her for a moment, as though considering how best to answer her question, then nodded slowly. "Your grandmother was a wise hobbit," he said. "The Shire may seem peaceful and ordinary to those who dwell within it, but it is built upon foundations far older than our people. The hills and streams, the forests and meadows, all of them remember a time before hobbits walked these lands. And some of what dwelt here then dwells here still, hidden from eyes that have forgotten how to see." He took a long draw from his pipe, releasing a perfect ring of smoke that floated lazily toward the rafters. The common room had grown very quiet again, every ear straining to catch his words. "Let me tell you a tale," said Bungo, "that speaks to the truth of what your grandmother told you. It is a tale of a hobbit who learned, to his great surprise, that the Shire was far more mysterious than he had ever imagined. In the village of Needlehole, on the northern borders of the Shire, There once lived a hobbit named Holman Sandheaver. Now Holman was what folk in those parts called a well digger, a hobbit whose trade was to sink wells and find water for those who needed it. It was honest work if dirty, and Holman took pride in his craft. He had a gift for knowing where water lay hidden beneath the earth, a sense that guided him to the right spot more surely than any divining rod or clever instrument. One autumn, Holman was hired by a farmer named Cotman to dig a new well on his property. The old well had run dry after a particularly hot summer, and Cotman's family was in desperate need of fresh water before winter set in. Holman surveyed the land, walking slowly back and forth across the fields, with his eyes half closed, feeling for that telltale pull that told him water was near. At last he found it, in a small hollow behind Cotman's barn, where a ring of ancient stones lay half buried in the grass. Holman thought nothing of the stones at the time, taking them for nothing more than the remnants of some old wall or foundation. He marked the spot and set to work the following morning, his shovel biting into the soft earth with practised ease. For 3 days Holman dug, going deeper and deeper into the ground. The soil grew darker and damper as he descended, a sure sign that water was near. But on the 4th day, his shovel struck something that was neither soil nor stone. It was hard and smooth, like polished wood, and when Holman brushed away the dirt, he found himself looking at what appeared to be the lid of a great chest. His heart beating fast with excitement, Holman cleared away more earth, revealing an ancient box of dark wood bound with bands of tarnished silver. Strange symbols were carved into its surface, symbols that Holman did not recognise but that made his skin prickle with unease. Any sensible hobbit would have covered the chest back up and walked away, but Holman's curiosity got the better of him. He reached down and lifted the lid. Inside the chest, nestled in a bed of rotted velvet, lay a single object. It was a horn, crafted from some material that seemed to shift between bone and crystal depending on how the light struck it. Its surface was covered with the same strange symbols as the chest, and it seemed to glow with a faint inner light, as though a pale fire burned within its depths. Holman reached down and picked up the horn. The moment his fingers touched it, he felt a shock run through his body, like the jolt one feels when touching cold metal on a winter morning. The air around him grew heavy and still, and he had the sudden, overwhelming sensation that he was being watched. He scrambled out of the hole, clutching the horn to his chest, and looked around wildly. But there was no one there, only the empty fields and the silent barn and the ring of ancient stones. The sensation of being watched faded slowly, leaving behind a cold knot of fear in the pit of his stomach. Holman knew he should put the horn back, should bury it once more in the earth where it had lain undisturbed for who knew how many ages, but something held him back. The horn was beautiful, in a strange and unsettling way, and he found that he could not bring himself to part with it. He told himself that he would keep it only for a little while, just long enough to examine it properly and perhaps discover its origins. Then he would return it to its resting place. But days passed, and Holman did not return the horn. He kept it hidden in his home, taking it out at night to study by candlelight, tracing the strange symbols with his fingers and wondering what secrets it might hold. And as the days turned to weeks, he began to notice changes in himself. His dreams grew vivid and strange, filled with images of vast underground chambers and rivers that flowed through darkness. He heard voices whispering in the night, voices that spoke in languages he did not understand but that somehow stirred memories deep within his mind. Then, on the night of the first frost, Holman woke to find a figure standing at the foot of his bed. It was tall and thin, with features that were almost but not quite hobbit-like, and its eyes glowed with a pale silver light. Holman tried to cry out, tried to flee, but he found that he could not move, could not speak, could only lie there and stare at the apparition before him. "You have taken what is not yours," the figure said, and its voice was like the sound of water flowing over stones. "The horn belongs to the deep places, to the spirits of the earth who have watched over this land since before your kind came to dwell here. Return it, Holman Sandheaver, or face the consequences of your theft." Then the figure was gone, vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared, and Holman found that he could move again. He lay there in the darkness, his heart pounding, his mind racing. He knew now that he had made a terrible mistake, that the horn was not some forgotten treasure but something far older and more dangerous. He resolved to return it the very next morning, to put it back in the chest and bury it once more in the earth. But when dawn came and Holman went to fetch the horn from its hiding place, he found that it was gone. He searched his entire hobbit hole, turning out every drawer and cupboard, looking under every piece of furniture. The horn had vanished as completely as the apparition that had visited him in the night. For weeks afterward, Holman lived in fear, waiting for the spirits of the earth to exact their revenge. He jumped at every shadow, started at every sound, lay awake night after night, staring at the ceiling and dreading what might come. But nothing happened. The days passed peacefully, the seasons turned, and gradually Holman's fear began to fade. It was not until spring that he learned the truth. He'd gone back to Cotman's farm to finish the well he had abandoned, and as he approached the hollow behind the barn, he saw that the ring of ancient stones had changed. Where before they had lain half-buried and forgotten, they now stood upright, arranged in a perfect circle around a patch of green grass. And in the centre of the circle, a spring of clear water bubbled up from the earth, flowing into a small pool that had not been there before. Holman stood at the edge of the circle, staring at the spring in wonder, and as he watched, he thought he saw something moving in the water, a shape that might have been a face, looking up at him with eyes of pale silver light. Then it was gone, and there was only the water, clear and cold and pure. He never spoke of what he had seen to anyone, not even to Cotman, who marvelled at the miraculous spring that had appeared onto his property. But from that day forward, Holman Sandheaver treated the land with a new respect, knowing that there were powers in the earth far greater and older than any hobbit could comprehend. The common room of the ivy bush had grown very still as Bungo finished his tale. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows across the walls, and the candles flickered in a draught that seemed to come from nowhere. The young hobbit lass who'd asked the question sat with her mouth slightly open, her eyes wide with wonder and perhaps a touch of fear. Old to bold Bracegirdle was the first to break the silence. He reached into his waistcoat pocket and pulled out a worn leather pouch, from which he extracted a pinch of pipeweed. His hands trembled slightly as he packed his pipe, and when he spoke his voice was thoughtful. "I have lived in the Shire all my life," he said slowly, "and I have always thought of it as a safe place, a peaceful place, where nothing more dangerous than a late frost or a dry summer ever troubled us. But listening to your tales tonight, Master Goodbody, I begin to wonder if perhaps I've been blind to what lies just beneath the surface of our comfortable world." Bungo nodded sagely, his own pipe glowing like a tiny ember in the dimness. "The Shire is indeed a safe place," he replied, "safer than most in these troubled times. But safety does not mean emptiness, and peace does not mean that all is as ordinary as it seems. Our ancestors knew this, I think. They built their homes and tended their gardens, but they also remembered the old ways, the old stories, the old respect for the powers that dwell in the hidden places of the world. It is only in recent generations that we have begun to forget." The widow Longo stirred in her seat, pulling her shawl more tightly around her shoulders. "My mother used to say that every stream has its spirit and every hill has its heart," she said, her voice soft with memory. "She taught me to leave offerings at the old stones, a bit of bread or a cup of milk, to honour those who were here before us. I thought it was just superstition, the foolish beliefs of an older time. But now I wonder if perhaps she knew something that I have forgotten." Hamfast Rumble, who had been listening intently while polishing a tankard, set down his cloth and leaned against the bar. "This talk of spirits and old powers puts me in mind of a story my grandfather used to tell," he said. "A story about this very inn, if you can believe it." Every eye in the common room turned toward the innkeeper, and Bungo smiled encouragingly. "By all means, share it with us," he said. "The best tales are those that are passed from voice to voice, keeping alive the memories that might otherwise be lost." Hamfast cleared his throat, suddenly self-conscious at finding himself the centre of attention. He was not a storyteller by nature, preferring the practical work of keeping his inn running smoothly to the fanciful art of spinning yarns. But the mood of the evening had touched something in him, awakened memories that he had not thought of in many years. "Well," he began, settling into a more comfortable position, "my grandfather, old Halfred Rumble, was the one who built the ivy bush. Oh, there was a building here before, a simple way house where travellers could rest and water their ponies. But Halfred had a vision of something grander, a proper inn where hobbits could gather and share food and drink and fellowship. He worked for years, saving every penny he could, until at last he had enough to begin construction. The work went smoothly at first. Halfred hired the best builders in Hobbiton, and they laid the foundations and raised the walls with all the skill that hobbits are known for. But when they came to dig the cellar, they ran into trouble. No matter how deep they dug, they could not find solid ground. The earth kept shifting beneath their shovels, collapsing in on itself, as though something beneath the surface was resisting their efforts. Halfred was at his wit's end. He'd invested everything he had in this inn, and now it seemed that his dream would crumble before it could be realised. He sat alone one evening in the half-finished building, his head in his hands, wondering what he was going to do. And that is when he heard the voice. Hamfast paused, glancing around the common room. The hobbits were leaning forward in their seats, their tankards forgotten, their pipes gone cold. Even Bungo was watching him with keen interest, his eyes bright in the firelight. It came from beneath the floor, Hamfast continued, a voice like stones grinding together, deep and slow and impossibly old. It said, "Why do you disturb my rest, little digger? Why do you tear at the earth that has been my home since before your kind walked these hills?" Halfred was terrified, of course. He had never heard of such a thing, a voice speaking from the ground itself. But he was also desperate, and desperation can make even the most timid hobbit brave. He knelt down and pressed his ear to the floor and spoke into the darkness below. "I mean no disrespect," he said. "I only wish to build an inn, a place of warmth and welcome, where weary travellers can find rest and friends can gather to share their joys and sorrows. If I have offended you, I beg your forgiveness." For a long moment there was a silence. Then the voice spoke again, and this time it seemed less harsh, more curious. "An inn, you say? A place of fellowship and good cheer? It has been long since such things existed in this land, long since laughter echoed over these hills. Tell me more of what you intend." And so, Halfred sat there in the darkness, speaking to the voice beneath the floor. He told it of his vision, of the inn he hoped to build, of the hobbits who would gather there to share stories and songs, to celebrate births and mourn deaths, to mark the passing of the seasons and the turning of the years. He spoke with all the passion in his heart, pouring out his dreams to this unseen listener. When he had finished, the voice was silent for so long that Halfred feared he had somehow failed. But then it spoke once more, and there was something almost like warmth in its ancient tones. "You have a good heart, little digger," it said. "I will not hinder your work. Build your inn and may it stand for many generations, but in return I ask one thing. Let no harm be done within these walls. Let no unkind word be spoken, no cruel deed be performed. Make this a place of peace, and I will watch over it and those who dwell within." Halfred agreed at once, grateful beyond words. And from that day forward, the construction proceeded without incident. The cellar was dug, the walls were raised, the roof was set in place. The ivy bush opened its doors for the first time on Midsummer's Day, and hobbits came from all across the Shire to see the new inn that had risen on the Bywater Road. Hamfast fell silent, his story complete. The common room was hushed, every hobbit lost in thought. Then Bungo nodded slowly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "A fine tale," he said, "and it explains much about this place. I've always felt that there was something special about the ivy bush, something that set it apart from other inns, a warmth that goes beyond the fire in the hearth, a welcome that runs deeper than mere hospitality. Now I understand why." "Do you think it is true?" asked the young hobbit lass, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think there really is a spirit beneath the floor?" Hamfast shrugged, but there was a twinkle in his eye. "I cannot say for certain," he admitted. "My grandfather swore it was true, and he was not a hobbit given to flights of fancy. But whether or not the story is literally accurate, I've always tried to honour the spirit of the bargain he made. No unkind words spoken, no cruel deed performed. It seems a small price to pay for the blessing of such a guardian." The fire crackled in the hearth, and somewhere in the walls of the old inn a board creaked softly. The hobbits looked at each other with expressions that mingled wonder and unease, but also with something else, something that might have been gratitude. They were sitting in a place that was protected, watched over by powers older than memory, and somehow that knowledge made the ale taste sweeter, the fire burn warmer, and the fellowship feel more precious than ever before. Bungo rose from his chair and stretched, his joints popping audibly. He looked around the common room at the faces of his fellow hobbits and smiled. "The hour grows late," he said, "and I fear my voice grows weary. But if you will permit me, I have one more tale to share before we part ways this evening. It is a tale that was told to me by a traveller from distant lands, a tale that speaks of the connection between our little shire and the wider world beyond its borders, a tale of a hobbit who ventured far from home and found, in the end, that home was with him all along." The hobbits settled back into their seats, their weariness forgotten in the anticipation of one final tale. Hamfast quietly added another log to the fire, sending a shower of sparks spiralling upward, and refilled the tankards of those whose ale had run dry. The wind had picked up outside, rattling the windows and sending the ivy that covered the walls rustling and whispering. But inside the ivy bush all was warm and comfortable. Bungo resumed his seat in the great armchair by the hearth, his pipe glowing softly as he gathered his thoughts. When he spoke again, his voice had taken on a quality that was somehow both intimate and vast, as though he were speaking not just to the hobbits assembled before him, but to all the generations that had come before, and all those that were to come after. "The tale I am about to tell you," he began, "is not a tale of the Shire alone, though it begins and ends within our borders. It is a tale that reaches out into the wider world, to lands that most hobbits have never seen and never wish to see. It is a tale of a hobbit named Dorado Fairbairn, who lived in the village of Undertowers in the days when the world was younger, and the road still called to those with wandering hearts. Now Dorado was the youngest of 7 brothers, and in a family of 7 brothers, the youngest must often make his own way in the world. His elder siblings had claimed all the best positions, the fertile farmlands and the prosperous businesses, leaving Dorado with nothing but his wits and his willingness to work. But Dorado did not despair, for he had something that his brothers lacked, a restless spirit that could not be satisfied by the comfortable routines of hobbit life. From his earliest childhood, Dorado had been fascinated by the tales of distant lands that travelling merchants and wandering peddlers brought to the Shire. He listened with rapt attention to stories of great cities built of white stone, of mountains that touched the sky, of forests so vast that a hobbit could walk for weeks without seeing their end. While his brothers dreamed of full larders and comfortable beds, Dorado dreamed of horizons he'd never seen and adventures he'd never had. On his 33rd birthday, the day when hobbits are considered to have come of age, Dorado made a decision that shocked his family and scandalised his neighbours. He announced that he was leaving the Shire, setting out to see the world that had called to him for so long. His mother wept, his father raged, and his brothers declared him mad. But Dorado would not be swayed. He packed a small bag with provisions, took up a walking stick that his grandfather had carved many years before, and set out on the road that led east toward the unknown. The journey was harder than Dorado had imagined. The roads outside the Shire were rough and poorly maintained, winding through forests where the shadows seemed to have a life of their own. The inns were few and far between, and those that existed were often unfriendly to hobbits, creatures that the big folk viewed with suspicion or amusement. Dorado was laughed at, cheated, and turned away from doors that would have welcomed travellers of larger stature. More than once he huddled beneath a hedge in the rain, wondering if his brothers had been right after all. But Dorado was stubborn, as hobbits often are when they set their minds to something. He pressed on, learning to fend for himself in the wilderness, to read the signs of weather and terrain, to avoid the dangers that lurked along the less travelled paths. And slowly, mile by mile, the world began to open up before him. He saw the towers of Bree, that ancient town where hobbits and men had lived side by side for generations. He crossed the great bridge over the Brandywine and walked the roads that led through the wild lands beyond. He climbed hills from which he could see, on clear days, the distant peaks of the misty mountains, blue and mysterious against the horizon. And with each new sight, each new experience, the world grew larger and more wondrous in his eyes. It was in the autumn of his 2nd year abroad that Dorado came to a forest unlike any he had ever seen. The trees were ancient beyond reckoning, their trunks so vast that a dozen hobbits could have linked hands and not encircled them. Their leaves were gold and crimson, falling in endless spirals to carpet the ground beneath. And there was a quality to the air, a sense of presence and awareness, that made Dorado feel as though he'd stepped into a place that existed outside the ordinary flow of time. He wandered through this forest for days, following paths that seemed to shift and change behind him, sleeping beneath trees that seemed to watch him with patient, knowing eyes. He should have been frightened, should have turned back and sought the safety of more familiar lands. But something drew him onward, deeper and deeper into the heart of the wood. On the 7th day, he came to a clearing where a great tree stood alone, its branches spreading wide to embrace the sky. At its base, sitting upon a root as thick as a hobbit hole, was an old man with a long white beard and eyes that sparkled with starlight. He was dressed in robes of silver and grey, and there was about him an air of such profound peace that Dorado felt his weariness fall away like a discarded cloak. "Welcome, O little traveller," said the old man, and his voice was like the wind through distant chimes. "I have been waiting for you." Dorado bowed low, sensing that he was in the presence of someone or something far greater than himself. "Waiting for me, sir?" he asked. "But how could you know I was coming? I did not know myself until I arrived." The old man smiled, a smile that seemed to hold all the wisdom of ages. "The roads of this world are not as random as they seem," he said. "Those who are meant to meet will find each other, no matter how far they may wander. You have travelled far from your home, Dorado Fairbairn, driven by a restlessness that you do not fully understand. But tell me, what is it that you truly seek?" Dorado considered the question carefully. He thought of all the miles he'd walked, all the wonders he'd seen, all the hardships he'd endured. And suddenly, with a clarity that surprised him, he knew the answer. "I seek to understand," he said slowly. "To understand the world and my place in it. To know why I was born with this longing in my heart, this need to see what lies beyond the next hill. I thought that if I travelled far enough I would find the answer. But the further I go, the more questions I have." The old man nodded, as though this was the answer he'd expected. "The world is vast," he said, "and full of wonders beyond counting. 1,000 lifetimes would not be enough to see it all, to know it all, to understand it all. But here is a truth that few travellers ever learn. The answers you seek are not found in the distance. They are found in the journey itself, and in the home that you carry within you." He reached into his robes and drew forth a small object, which he held out to Dorado. It was a seed, no larger than an acorn, but it glowed with a soft golden light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. "Take this," the old man said. "Plant it when you return to your home and tend it well. It will grow into a tree unlike any in your shire, a tree that will remind you of all you have seen and all you have learned. And when you sit beneath its branches, you will understand that home is not a place you leave behind. It is a place you carry with you, wherever you may roam." Dorado took the seed with trembling hands, feeling its warmth against his palm. He opened his mouth to thank the old man, to ask the 1,000 questions that crowded his mind. But when he looked up, the clearing was empty. The old man had vanished as suddenly as he had appeared, leaving behind only the ancient tree and the soft rustle of falling leaves. Dorado stood there for a long time, holding the seed and thinking about all that had been said, and then, slowly, a smile spread across his face. He turned and began to walk, not deeper into the forest, but back the way he'd come, back toward the Shire, back toward home. The journey home took nearly a year, for Dorado did not hurry. He retraced his steps through the wild lands and the towns of men, seeing now with different eyes the places he'd passed through before. He noticed things he'd missed in his eagerness to press forward, small beauties and quiet wonders that had escaped his attention, and with each step, the seed in his pocket seemed to grow warmer, as though it were guiding him, urging him onward. At last, on a golden afternoon in late summer, Dorado crested the final hill and looked down upon the green and gentle land of the Shire. The fields stretched out before him like a patchwork quilt, golden with ripening grain and dotted with the round doors of hobbit holes. Smoke rose from chimneys, children played in meadows, and the distant sound of laughter drifted up on the warm breeze. Dorado stood there for a long moment, tears streaming down his cheeks, and he understood at last what the old man had meant. This was home, not because he had been born here, but because it was the place where his heart had always dwelt, even when his feet had carried him to the far corners of the world. He walked down into Undertowers as the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of rose and amber. The hobbits who saw him pass stared in amazement, for Dorado had changed greatly during his years abroad. He was leaner and harder than before, his face weathered by sun and wind, his eyes holding depths that had not been there when he left. But there was also a peace about him, a contentment that seemed to radiate from his very being. His family received him with joy and wonder. His mother wept again, but this time with happiness. His father embraced him and demanded to hear of all his adventures. Even his brothers, who had thought him mad for leaving, crowded around to listen to his tales. And Dorado told them everything of the towers of Bree and the wild lands beyond, of the ancient forest and the mysterious old man, of the seed that had been given to him and the wisdom he had received. The next morning, Dorado planted the seed in the garden behind his family's home. He tended it with care, watering it faithfully and protecting it from frost and drought, and the seed responded, putting forth a shoot that grew with astonishing speed, rising day by day until it became a sapling, and then a young tree, and then a magnificent specimen unlike any other in the Shire. Its trunk was silver grey, smooth as polished stone, and its leaves were a deep golden colour that seemed to glow with their own inner light. In spring it put forth blossoms of purest white that filled the air with a fragrance like honey and starlight. In autumn its leaves did not fall but turned to a deeper gold, hanging on through the winter months and providing shelter for the birds that came to nest in its branches. The hobbits of Undertowers came from far and wide to see this wonder, and Dorado welcomed them all, sharing the shade of his miraculous tree and the wisdom he had gained in his travels. Years passed, and Dorado grew old, as all mortals must. His hair turned white, his step grew slow, and his eyes, which had once been so eager to see new horizons, now preferred to rest upon the familiar hills and meadows of his home. But he never lost the peace that he had found on that long-ago journey, and he never stopped sharing the lessons he had learned. On fine evenings, he would sit beneath his golden tree and tell stories to the young hobbits who gathered around him. He told them of the wonders he had seen, of the dangers he had faced, of the kindness of strangers and the beauty of distant lands. But always, at the end of each tale, he would remind them that the greatest wonder of all was the home they carried in their hearts, the love of family and friends, the simple joys of good food and warm fires and peaceful nights. When at last Dorado passed from this world, full of years and surrounded by those he loved, the golden tree in his garden bloomed out of season, covering itself with white blossoms that fell like snow upon his funeral procession. And it is said that on quiet nights, when the moon is full and the stars shine bright, you can still see Dorado sitting beneath that tree, his pipe glowing softly in the darkness, his eyes fixed upon horizons that only he can see. Bungo fell silent, his tale complete. The fire in the hearth of the ivy bush had burned down to glowing embers, casting a warm orange light across the faces of the hobbits who'd listened with such rapt attention. Outside, the wind had died away, and the night was still and peaceful. For a long moment, no one spoke. The tales that Bungo had shared had touched something deep within each of them, awakening memories and stirring emotions that they had not known they possessed. They thought of their own homes, their own families, the simple pleasures that they so often took for granted. And they felt, perhaps, for the first time, how precious those things truly were. It was old Tobold Bracegirdle who finally broke the silence. He rose slowly from his seat, his joints creaking with age, and raised his tankard in a toast. "To home," he said, his voice rough with emotion, "to the Shire and all who dwell within it, to the stories that bind us together and the memories that keep us whole, and to you, Master Goodbody, for reminding us of what truly matters." The other hobbits rose as well, raising their tankards in agreement. "To home," they echoed, and the words seemed to hang in the air like a blessing, filling the common room with a warmth that had nothing to do with the dying fire. Bungo inclined his head graciously, accepting the tribute with the humility of one who knows that he is merely a vessel for something greater than himself. "The stories are not mine," he said softly. "They belong to all of us, to every hobbit who has ever sat by a fire and wondered about the world beyond the hills. I'm simply honoured to share them." Hamfast Rumble bustled about, gathering empty tankards and straightening chairs. His eyes were suspiciously bright, though he would have denied it if anyone had asked. "Well now," he said gruffly, "the hour is late and we all have duties to attend to come morning, but I think I speak for everyone when I say that this has been an evening to remember." There were murmurs of agreement from all around the room. The hobbits began to gather their cloaks and prepare for their journeys home, but there was a reluctance in their movements, a desire to linger just a little longer in this place of warmth and fellowship. They shook hands and exchanged farewells, promising to return soon, to gather once more beneath the roof of the ivy bush and share more tales and more companionship. The young hobbit lass who had asked about spirits and old stones approached Bungo as he was preparing to leave. She looked up at him with eyes that shone with wonder and gratitude. "Thank you," she said simply. "I will never forget this night, and I will tell these stories to my children, and they will tell them to theirs, and so they will live on forever." Bungo smiled and patted her gently on the shoulder. "That is all any storyteller can ask," he said, "that the tales we tell find a home in the hearts of those who hear them. You have a good soul, young one. Treasure the stories and they will treasure you in return." One by one the hobbits departed into the night. Some walked in groups, their voices carrying softly on the still air as they discussed the tales they had heard. Others walked alone, lost in thought, their minds filled with images of wandering spirits and dancing fair folk, of love that conquered death and seeds that grew into golden trees. The stars wheeled overhead, ancient and eternal, and the moon cast its silver light upon the rolling hills of the Shire. The widow Longo was among the last to leave. She paused at the door, looking back at the common room where so much had been shared and so much had been remembered. Her eyes found Hamfast, who was banking the fire for the night. "Your grandfather built well," she said. "This is a special place, Hamfast Rumble. Guard it well." Hamfast nodded solemnly. "I will," he promised. "For as long as I live, and my children after me, the ivy bush will remain a place of peace and fellowship. That is the bargain that was made, and I intend to honour it." The widow smiled and stepped out into the night, pulling her shawl close against the chill. The door closed behind her with a soft click, leaving Hamfast alone in the empty common room. He stood there for a moment, listening to the silence, feeling the presence of something ancient and benevolent watching over him from somewhere deep beneath the floor. "Thank you," he whispered into the darkness, "for this place, for this night, for all the nights to come." There was no answer, but somehow Hamfast knew that his words had been heard. He smiled, extinguished the last candle, and climbed the stairs to his bed. Outside, the night embraced the Shire in its gentle arms. The stars continued their ancient dance, the rivers flowed softly to the sea, and in every hobbit hole, tired souls settled into peaceful sleep. The stories that had been shared at the ivy bush drifted through their dreams, weaving together past and present, memory and hope, into a tapestry of wonder that would endure long after the tellers and listeners had passed from this world. The dawn came softly to the Shire, as it always did, painting the eastern sky in delicate shades of pink and gold. Mist rose from the meadows like the breath of the sleeping earth, and the first birds began their morning chorus, filling the air with music that seemed to celebrate the simple miracle of a new day. In hobbit holes across the land, fires were kindled and kettles were set to boil, and the comfortable routines of daily life resumed their ancient rhythm. But for those who had gathered at the ivy bush the night before, this morning felt somehow different. There was a quality to the light, a richness to the air that spoke of things remembered and truths rediscovered. As they went about their morning chores, feeding chickens and tending gardens and preparing breakfast for hungry families, their minds kept returning to the tales they had heard, to the words that had been spoken in the warmth of the common room. Bungo Goodbody rose early, as was his custom. He had spent the night in one of the ivy bush's comfortable guest rooms, a small but cosy chamber with a round window that looked out upon the Bywater Road. He stood at that window now, watching the mist swirl and dance in the early light, his thoughts drifting like the smoke from his morning pipe. He had told many tales in his long life, in many places and to many audiences, but there was something special about last night, something that had touched even his experienced heart. The hobbits of the Shire were a remarkable people, he reflected, so often dismissed by the wider world as simple and provincial, yet possessing a depth of spirit and a capacity for wonder that the proudest lords of men might envy. They understood, perhaps better than any other folk in Middle-earth, the value of the small things, the importance of home and hearth and the bonds of love that tied families and communities together across the generations. A soft knock at the door interrupted his reverie. It was Hamfast bearing a tray laden with a proper hobbit breakfast, eggs and bacon and fresh bread with butter and honey, a pot of strong tea and a small vase containing a single perfect rose from the inn's garden. "I thought you might be hungry," Hamfast said, setting the tray on the small table by the window. "After all that talking last night, you must have worked up quite an appetite." Bungo smiled and thanked him warmly. The two hobbits sat together as the sun climbed higher, sharing the breakfast and the companionable silence that exists between those who have no need for words. Through the window they watched the Shire come to life, hobbits emerging from their homes to begin the day's work, children running and laughing on their way to morning lessons, farmers leading their ponies to distant fields. "You know," Hamfast said at last, "I've been thinking about what you said last night, about the old magic that still lingers in the Shire, about the spirits and powers that watch over us from the hidden places. I always believed my grandfather's story about the voice beneath the floor, but I never really thought about what it meant, not until last night." Bungo nodded thoughtfully. "The world is full of mysteries," he said. "Most folk go through their lives without ever noticing them, too caught up in the daily struggle to pay attention to the wonders that surround them. But the mysteries are there, for those with eyes to see and ears to hear, and sometimes, on nights like last night, we are given the gift of remembering." Hamfast was quiet for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. "Do you think the old stories are literally true?" he asked. "The spirits in the water, the voices in the stones, the fair folk dancing in their hidden rings? Or are they just stories, ways of explaining things that we do not understand?" Bungo considered the question carefully before answering. "I think," he said slowly, "that there are many kinds of truth. There is the truth of facts, of things that can be measured and counted and proven, and there is the truth of meaning, of the deeper patterns that underlie our lives and give them shape and purpose. The old stories may or may not be factually accurate, but they are true in the deeper sense. They tell us something important about who we are and how we should live, and that, I think, is what matters most." Hamfast nodded slowly, absorbing these words. He thought of his grandfather, of the bargain that had been struck so many years ago, of the promise that had been made and kept through all the generations since. Whether or not there really was a spirit beneath the floor of the ivy bush, the promise itself was real, and the commitment to peace and fellowship that it represented was real, and perhaps, in the end, that was magic enough. After breakfast, Bungo gathered his few belongings and prepared to depart. Word of his presence had spread through the village, and a small crowd had gathered outside the ivy bush to see him off. They pressed around him, shaking his hand and thanking him for the tales he'd shared, asking when he would return and promising to keep his stories alive in their hearts and homes. The young hobbit lass who had asked about spirits pushed her way through the crowd. She was holding something in her hands, a small book bound in green leather with golden letters embossed on the cover. "I stayed up all night writing down the stories you told," she said, her eyes bright with excitement. "I do not want to forget a single word, and I thought, perhaps, you might sign it for me, so that I can show my children and grandchildren some day." Bungo took the book with gentle hands, marvelling at the neat script that filled its pages. The young hobbit had captured not just the words of his tales, but something else of their spirit as well, the rhythms and cadences that gave them life. He borrowed a quill from Hamfast and inscribed his name on the first page, adding a few words of encouragement and blessing. "Guard these stories well," he said, returning the book to its young author. "They are more precious than gold, more valuable than any treasure that might be found in the hoards of dragons. For gold can be spent and treasure can be lost, but stories live on forever in the hearts of those who love them." With final farewells and promises to return, Bungo set off down the Bywater Road. The morning sun was warm on his face, and the birds sang merrily in the hedgerows, and all around him the Shire spread out in its peaceful beauty. He walked slowly, savouring each step, letting his eyes drink in the sights that he'd seen so many times before, yet never grew tired of seeing. Behind him, the hobbits of the ivy bush watched until he disappeared around a bend in the road. Then they dispersed to their various duties, carrying with them the memory of an extraordinary night and the warmth of stories well told. The widow Longo went home to tend her garden, thinking of the offerings she would leave at the old stones. Old Tobold Bracegirdle retreated to his study to write a letter to his grandchildren, determined to pass on the tales he had heard. The Proudfoot brothers walked together in thoughtful silence, their usual bickering forgotten in the glow of shared experience. And in the ivy bush itself, Hamfast Rumble stood alone in the empty common room. The fire had been rekindled, and sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the worn but comfortable furniture, the brass fittings that gleamed like gold, the ivy that climbed the walls outside. He thought of all the hobbits who had gathered here over the years, all the tales that had been told, all the laughter and tears and moments of fellowship that these walls had witnessed. He knelt down and pressed his palm against the floor, feeling the solid wood beneath his fingers. "Thank you," he whispered again, as he had whispered the night before, "for watching over us, for keeping us safe, for being here, even when we forget that you exist." And deep beneath the floor, in the dark places where ancient things dream their long dreams, something stirred. It was not a voice exactly, not a sound that ears could hear, but Hamfast felt it nonetheless, a pulse of warmth, of acknowledgement, of blessing. The bargain held, and the ivy bush remained what it had always been, a place of peace and fellowship, a haven in a world that so often seemed dark and uncertain. Outside, the sun climbed higher, and the Shire went about its business, as it had done for countless generations and would continue to do for countless more. The stories that had been shared at the ivy bush rippled outward, like stones dropped in a pond, touching hearts and kindling imaginations, weaving themselves into the fabric of hobbit life. And somewhere on the road that led to distant lands, Bungo Goodbody walked on, his heart full of peace and his mind already turning to the next tale he would tell, the next fire he would sit beside, the next audience he would transport to worlds of wonder and magic. For that is the way of stories, and that is the way of the Shire. The tales never truly end. They simply pause, waiting for the next voice to take them up, the next ear to receive them, the next heart to give them life. And so it shall be, as long as hobbits gather to share food and drink and fellowship, as long as fires burn in hearths and stars wheel overhead, as long as there are those who remember the old magic and honour the spirits that dwell in the hidden places of the world. Thus ends this night at the ivy bush, but the stories continue, as they always have and always will, echoing through the ages like the songs of birds at dawn, eternal and ever-renewing, a gift from the past to the future, from those who remember to those who are yet to learn.